Start now. How do you want to be now? Treat others how you would be treated. Start now. How do you want to be now? Treat others how you would be treated now, as if you were already the CEO in whoever you encounter. So it's a similar answer to what I had before. Be present now and be who you want to be now in the future. Start now doing what you want to be.
Hey guys, welcome back to the Leadership Stack Podcast, the podcast for entrepreneurs by entrepreneurs to increase your leadership, teamwork, and profits. This is your host, Sean C., aka Mr. CEO at 22.
Be who you are uniquely in the present moment now, and don't wait to be something till later. Be it now, and then let it grow.
One of the things that a lot of our listeners are wondering about, when I become CEO, Sean, how do I get into this servant leadership mindset? Because all too many CEOs are just jackasses. And I know that I started as one personally. And how do you learn what it is to be a servant leader? How do you learn what it is to be the right kind of CEO?
And that's a great question. And that is something that, again, by me having the seeking out leaders, seeking out mentors, seeking out advisors, reading books, going to workshops, going to seminars, and now in this day and age with YouTube, podcasts, all of these types of things, you can see examples of people that are creating purpose-driven businesses and are creating happiness and harmonious things for their employees, for the community. And I believe that in the world and the universe, and I think that the coronavirus has leveled the playing ground and is going to force the world to evolve at a much faster, a radical rate of growth in many areas in both. I mean, just think about Zoom in general. Zoom was doing pretty good before the virus. Their stock and their value of their product and offering skyrocketed to an unimaginable use factor, value factor, acceptable factor, and massively profitable factor. So that caused something to mushroom and grow and to magnify. And it also allowed us to realize that whether you're in Manila or China or Mexico, if you get coronavirus, you get coronavirus. Doesn't care if you're rich, poor, or women or male. We're all universal. If you lose a grandmother or father, it's the same feeling. And so having compassion for that human experience, and now realizing, I was just watching a show last night on PBS, which is a public broadcasting system, and it's his name is Monty. He was the COO for Chipotle, which is a very large Mexican chain food here. And he's a very, very wealthy man. He's probably worth a couple $100 million or more. And he's doing a show on television called Connect, the universal desire to connect with others. And he's traveling the world, the country, meeting with different groups of people from all walks of life, talking to them about humanity. And he ran his company that way. And so for when someone says, Sean, when I become the CEO, how can I do this? I have said this for many, many years, and I did this as an employee. I am already a CEO in my own mind. If you are an employee right now, in your own world, you have to think of yourself as a CEO now. A CEO simply represents Chief Executive Officer. Well, if you're sitting at your home working remotely, if you're sitting in an office, if you're a manager, if you're an HR director, if you're a restaurant worker, in what you do every day, you are your own chief executive officer as how you show up, the output that you do, what energy you put off, how much revenue you can create or how many expenses you can save, what legal issues you can help protect, how you can make the customer feel better. Can you make a difference in your community right where you're at right now? If you shift your consciousness that you already are a chief executive officer of your own life, of your own work environment, and even though your box may be smaller about where you have chief executive officer decisions, you still, in your chair, around you in a circle, through your computer, through emails, you are a chief executive officer as to how you show up in the world. So start now. How do you want to be now? Treat others how you would be treated now, as if you were already the CEO in whoever you encounter. So it's a similar answer to what I had before. Be present now and be who you want to be now in the future. Start now doing what you want to be.
That is an amazing answer. I just want to say that's the first time I've heard of it. It's an amazing answer. And I'm just taking notes. Now, I want to talk a little bit about your book, Iggy, How did you come about that idea? And a lot of people don't really think about their ego. A lot of people I know, I haven't thought about it for a very long time until last year when the pandemic came, and I was looking at myself from a third party perspective, and I just realized what an asshole I have become, and I need to do a lot of improvements, get out of my, get my head out of my ass and treat others better, way better than they deserve. I have super high standards at work, and I expect everyone to achieve that. And when they don't, I don't give them a good word. I don't give them a pat on the back. But they, it's just something that I realize I should do. When they do work 80%, maybe even 50, 60% as well as I expected, I should say, hey, good job. And that's something I realized in my thorough introspection of myself last year. But if I didn't do that, if I didn't pause and think about my ego and think about these things, I would never have come to that conclusion. And I know so few people get to that. How did you come upon the idea of inviting God in and tackling your ego? What was the turning point or the aha moment with that? Can you tell us about that story?
Yeah, it definitely was an evolution over the years for sure, but a few distinct ones that were some brick upside the head moments in addition to getting fired is I've always had a very big appetite for life and for absorbing things. And it's a bit of an overzealousness for all or none. I'm an all or none kind of guy. So when I'm in something, that's why when I'm in that space of not feeling happy or not feeling joyful or not liking what I do, I have to be all in something because it makes me feel more alive. It makes me feel more fulfilled. So I don't have the ability to stay unhappy or unjoyful for very long. And I started self-evaluating myself just consciously and through my notes and through taking notes. But many years ago, I got a daily scorecard that was presented to me through a workshop that I went through, actually. It was a men's workshop, and it had a scorecard it was called the 4Bs. And I've since adjusted it and adapted it and now called it the 4Bs, but it was having a daily scorecard. But the 4Bs that I used is that you have your body, your being, your bonds, and your business. I needed to have a daily scorecard that was simply scoring myself on my body, my being, and my bonds and my business. And so I was scoring myself on, am I healthy? Am I eating right? Am I exercising? Do I have energy? And there were many years that wasn't the case. At one point in my life, I was over 300 pounds. I was a fat, working, big dude, still climbing the corporate ladder and still couldn't eat enough and drink enough because I was one of those work hard, play hard kind of guy. So when I finally realized, okay, I got to get that in check, then, I started being much more aware of it. And I realized that was my ego was clearly damaged in being overweight and being overcompensating in a lot of ways. The being is your connection with whatever you call higher source, Mother Nature, universe, God, Yahweh, Buddha, Muhammad. It doesn't matter to me what you call it, but there's some kind of a relationship that we all have to admit, whether we believe in God or not, that there's some energy outside of ourselves that makes the sun go up and down every day, the tides come in and out, birds chirp, babies be born. There's something higher than ourselves that's some kind of an energy that's not me that's making all that happen. So that connection, I personally call God. I had a very structured belief on how I saw God. And over the years, it actually has evolved. I have a much bigger consciousness about God than I used to. And I call myself more of a spiritual mutt. I'm kind of an Eastern philosophy, Western philosophy, Buddhism meets Christianity, kind of connected spiritualist. But all of those things have purpose and meaning. So that has to show up in my life every day in some fashion. And so I score myself on my being. My bonds are my relationship in my family and my relationships outside of my family. And on a daily basis, am I proud of myself, how I show up every day? Am I proud at the end of the day that when I put my head on my pillow, that I treated my family with respect, kindness, love, joy, and I showed them appreciation and love and respect? And did I do that outside of my family? And if the answer is no, and I can think of 4 or 5 people that I was rude to, short to, hurt to, cut down, whatever, then I scored myself low. And then the last one was my business, which is working on your business and working in your business. So every day I was just trying to get to 4 points. So body, being, bonds, and business. And then I would score myself. And at the end of the week, I was trying to get to 28 points. Very rarely did I ever get to 28 points. I might be at 25 or 24. So beyond having this vision and beyond having these business plan, accountability, just like when you're tracking your numbers in your business, your sales record, if you're doing digital marketing, what are your different metrics for that? So for me, this body, being, bonds, and business for all of us helps me track and measure my asshole factor, my ego factor, am I showing up in the world? And if I'm not, am I going to let another day go by that I don't do something about it? Am I going to let another day go that I'm not treating my wife with respect? Am I going to let another day go by that I eat unhealthy? Am I going to and if the answer is yes, well, then I'm going to do another day. If not, what am I going to do about it? So this awareness of accountability led me to understanding more about my ego. And I continued to read and pray and meditate. But then during that process, I had kind of a spiritual awakening, if you would. The one thing that I was not getting under check, as I mentioned to you, was the body. And beyond the eating and beyond was alcohol. And I became a functioning alcoholic in today's terms. I still had the suit and tie. I still was climbing the ladder, but I could drink anybody under the table, and alcohol started becoming a very big presence in my life. And it worked. I still worked every day. I still, had success on the outside, but it was starting to chip away at my soul. And it was starting to control my mind and my thinking. And I was starting now to be reliant upon it. I started really diminishing my family. My wife almost left me. And I had a daughter at the time who was about 13. Yeah, I must have been making promises for quite some time about not drinking or not drinking as much or whatever, because there was always those promises. And I came home from work one night, and my daughter had taken every alcohol bottle in the house, poured it in the sink, put it in a big wicker basket on the middle of our kitchen counter. And at the time, there was something called a Yellow Pages, which is like a phone book that you would open up, because this was, 18 years ago. And it had a big circle around Alcoholics Anonymous. And there was a note that just said, "You need help." And it was from my daughter. And I was like, oh my God. I was just felt horrible for her. I felt embarrassed. I felt shame. The next, I woke up and I literally had this epiphany of my life is going to deteriorate and go down the toilet really quickly, because I've lost control, even though on the surface I look like I'm carrying it all. And I was in the shower, and I'll never forget it. I had this vision. I had 2 holograms pop up at once. I was in the shower and I was so hungover. I was supposed to be going to a really important meeting, getting on my tie and getting my suitcase, my briefcase. And one hologram was like this decrepit, old looking homeless man, kind of, that just looked depressed and beat up from life. And I knew that was potentially me. And then I looked over in this other hologram as I'm in the shower, just not looking, but visually. And I saw somebody kind of how I look now, that vibrant, full of life, healthy, and just like living life fully and purposely. And I realized both of those people were me. And that I had a choice to make that day. Like, I knew I had to choose that day. And if I didn't choose, I had just chosen. Like, I knew if I didn't choose that day, that ego portion that I needed to be more important about alcohol and serving myself than serving others was going to control me. And I went out that next day and got help, and I got alcohol help, and I haven't had a drink in 18 years. And that helped me to start connecting higher to spirituality and to making the shift and the change that my ego was no longer serving me at a high level, and that my ego needed to be put in check.
And people could get your book from Amazon.
It's on Amazon. Title? Yeah. Well, the first book that I wrote is called From Lead to Gold. Plays up on the alchemy theme. My company's called Alchemy Advisors, which talks about transformation. And so the first book, which is 4 or 5 years old, was called From Lead to Gold. And the newest book is called The Iggy Principles. And it looks like this. And it's on Amazon, on hard copy, Kindle. And there's videos in the book. So it's an interactive book. It's a text copy. And then at the end of every chapter, there's a QR code that takes you to a couple-minute video that I filmed about each chapter. And if you're on your Kindle or your iPad, you can just click on the link and it will take you to a video. And then there's social media swipes that are at the end of every chapter that you can go to a website and get social media swipes. So it's an interactive multimedia book called The Iggy Principles. So you can find that on Amazon. And then if people wanted to reach out to me for any reason, I'm at steverogers.net. And Rogers, like you were saying earlier, instead of Chris Evans, which is the actor for Captain America that you and I talked about, Steve Rogers is my name, which is the name for Captain America, the superheroes like you have on the behind your wall there. But my site is Steve, and then Rogers has a D in it, which the other Steve Rogers doesn't. So it's RODGERS.net, steverogers.net, and all my stuff connect on there. Social media, blogs, videos are there as well.
Awesome. And we will have all of those links, including your books, on the show notes on leadershipstack.com. Well, Steve, it has been an amazing time. I have taken so much notes, and I'm going to be posting them on my social media platforms. And of course, I'm going to be quoting you as the source. I learned a lot, and I hope you guys tuning in have learned a lot from Steve. Before I let you go, what is one major thing that you would give as an advice to people who have been doing business or who have lost their jobs, and those entrepreneurs are just their business is not doing well during this time, or the employees they're losing their work, or they're not performing that well, or they quit altogether, or they got fired during the pandemic? What would be your one big advice for them?
It's going to be an odd answer that you probably won't expect. I always stress this point about the power of forgiveness. And what I mean by that is one of the highest principles that I have learned beyond love, beyond skills, beyond job skills, beyond how to, be in an interview, is the power of understanding that forgiving someone or forgiving something or asking for forgiveness, just like I was talking to, when you break through fear, on the other side of that is power. What happens is when we get fired or we're not working, we get into fear and we typically start blaming someone. And we typically are resentful to someone. And I might be somebody that was immediately from that experience. It could have been a mother or a father or brother that you haven't spoken to in years. And what I tell people is, yes, get the resume in check. Yes, create the business plan. Yes, this is the time to break out and create a new business model. All of those things that's business oriented. But find out really in your heart of hearts right now, who you need to ask for forgiveness from, or who you need to forgive. And if you spend a little time focused on that beyond the other stuff, you would be amazed if you could really get to doing that and reaching out to them or asking for it. Just like on the other side of fear is power, that forgiveness unlocks a door. It unlocks an unconscious door of inspiration. It unlocks an unconscious door of unexpected energy and a surge of power that you didn't even know you were lacking. So I would say that the power of forgiveness, and then get on with the next thing and realize, just like my brick upside the head moment where I got fired after I was the CEO, I had the title, I had the job, I had a driver, I had all of the stuff that you would want. I either could lick my wounds and realize, oh shit, I got fired and life sucks. And there's the meltdown in the real estate mortgage market and the world is horrible. Or I could say, what a great gift this is. And that's what I said. I called my wife that day and I said, honey, are you ready for a big adventure? She's like, what do you mean? What are you talking about? I go, I just got fired. I said, I'm ready to go. And in that moment, I said, I'm going to go create my own company. And she burst into tears. Like, what do you mean you got fired? And tears on the other end of the phone. But I immediately got into the power of taking action, and then immediately not blaming somebody who did something to me. I said, what a great gift. What a great gift. Now, I had days and weeks after that I still was licking wounds and all of that. But I immediately in my mind, I have to get to what a great gift. What's the lesson in this? And do I need to forgive anybody right now? So that's probably not the answer you were expecting, but it really is a powerful thing if people can wrap their heads around and their heart around that and actually do that. It will unleash a lot of things for you unexpectedly that you didn't even know you were tapping into.
Perhaps a lot of people need to hear that, and they're not hearing it from anyone else. It is an unusual answer. It may well be an answer that a lot of people listening in here need to hear. So thank you for that, Steve. And it's an amazing interview. That much I can say. I learned a lot. I know our listeners learned a lot. I just want to thank you for being here today.
Thanks for the invite. Thanks for having me, and thanks for the great questions. And continue your work of your purpose-driven stuff. You are at the infancy stages of blossoming into something that your vision will be from here to here, and you will have this space, so you're on the right track. So don't let the hurdles and bumps or any expectations that you have in your own life, because we all need to hear more of what you're doing. So keep it coming.
Thanks so much. God bless.
A lot of people kasi think that if they write and hit the publish button, okay na yun. Like, people will just read because it's a great piece of content. No, that's not true. If you don't promote it, no one's gonna read that stuff, however great it is. Make sure that you are getting them at a rate that is fair. Kasi there's a lot of piracy in the market eh. Sometimes other companies would just pirate some of your people. That's tough. That's a tough game to play. And we don't want to play in that game.
Hey guys, welcome back to the Leadership Stack Podcast, the podcast for entrepreneurs by entrepreneurs to increase your leadership, teamwork, and profits. This is your host, Sean C., aka Mr. CEO at 22.
Next question, how do you build and foster the right company culture? Ayan, ito na tayo sa medyo madugong part.
I think it really starts on the company's mission and vision and kung ano ba yung importante na values of the company as well. So I think the foundation itself is very crucial in order for you to really have that map. Diba? Kasi kung wala kang roadmap about the company's culture and even values, then you won't be able to really lead your people and build from the foundation that you already have.
Company culture, it's usually a very elusive topic. You hear a lot of people talking about culture and company culture. It's something that you feel, you smell, kind of, when you enter a place. You just know they're different. What's different about them? The culture, but you can't really say what that is. And how to build a culture is two ways. Number one, just let it happen. Culture will happen whether you are intentional about it or not. And oftentimes, the result of that first way is it is a culture that you would not like.
Yeah.
There's toxicity, bureaucracy, red tape, politics, you name it. The second way of building culture is you build it intentionally. When you try to form culture intentionally, how that looks like is you put processes in place. Culture can be defined as how we do things. That's how it can be defined. How we do things is our culture. It's usually started through processes. How SEO Hacker, for example, has built the culture is we make sure that everyone knows the core values, everyone knows the vision, everyone knows the mission. And what I mean by knows is not just memorizing them, but knowing them on a deep level. Why we have them, why it's important for your work, what the vision has to do with your day to day activities. We define that. We take the time to define these things where we cannot put it as an ROI in our balance sheet na, oh, define natin kaya may ROI tayo. That's not the case. Because when you do these things and the world calls it soft skills or soft things in a business, there's no direct return on investment, such as when making a sale or such as when running an ad and checking how many views you got, how many clicks you got, how many add to carts you got. It's not measurable in numbers. But if you're not intentional about that culture, it will make your company a place that you wouldn't want to work in sometime in the future. So I think that the cost is great about not being intentional. And the benefits are huge when you're intentional because you attract talent and people who are just the kinds of people you want in your team. And one of the things that you could also do is make sure that you are getting them at a rate that is fair. Kasi there's a lot of piracy in the market eh. Sometimes other companies would just pirate some of your people. That's tough. That's a tough game to play. And we don't want to play in that game. And what we do, we just build a culture where people like us would really want to work in there. That way, we don't need to compete in the salary market because no amount of salary will pay for how people feel when they're in my team.
Sean, I have an addition question here. For SEO Hacker, did it help, like, for instance, did you have like trainings or group sessions or let's say may outings ba kayo or, something like that just so that everyone will have a close bonding and you will get to know each other and even encourage each other about the company culture?
How we build the culture is we started from day one. So when we started from day -6 or -6 kasi yung hiring process pa lang namin mahaba eh. It's a 6-step hiring process and we have that recorded on a podcast episode as well on Spotify. And only 5% ever gets to pass the hiring process. Out of 20 people, one gets hired. And then, yeah. So, yeah, we have outings. We used to have outings sa SEO Hacker. In fact, you'll see some videos in our jobs portal, seohacker.services/jobs. You'll find the video of our past outing there. Now, we haven't had our outing since the lockdowns and the pandemic because it's too dangerous. And in fact, di nga ako nagpapapasok ng tao sa office because I can't stomach it if we lose another team player because of me. We have lost someone, not because nagpapasok ako. But that kind of tragedy, I would never want to be the one who is the cause or the reason kaya nagkasakit yung tao or, I would never be the reason why. So I never asked them to come in the office, and I would never ask also people to go to an outing. I think an outing does a lot, but it's a one-time thing, like once a year, maybe twice a year. Culture is not a one-time or two-time thing. It is something that you live and breathe every day. And for us to be able to reinforce that after the hiring process and after the onboarding, which is already a very colossal way on how we inject the SEO hacker culture to everyone who is playing in the team, we also have meetings every week. So we have our town hall meeting every Monday, make sure everyone's there. We update them about the happenings in the company. So the sales, the accounts we renewed, some of the rankings of our clients, we also mentioned there which one needs to be worked on, and then we break it down to teams. So even on a per team level, we have our meetings. Like my brother, who is the head of operations, meets with the development team, the writing team. I meet with all of the SEO specialists. So we make sure that the culture and relationship, usually kasi when you have a team outing, it's less about the culture and more about the relationships being built. So the relationship is intact because we meet every week, we talk every week, and we don't talk all about work. Even though we do it on working hours, which the company pays us for me, building that relationship is also part of work because that strengthens the team. So that's how we do it in SEO Hacker. Next question is from Lara Jean LJ. How do you start and maintain brand awareness for your business?
I think right now, diba, since everyone is online, make sure to take advantage of social media as well for brand awareness for your business. And it actually depends also on your business. Like, for instance, if you're into services as well, I think starting a podcast, diba, Sean, or
Yeah.
anything that will also give value to other people will be a very great way for you to start and maintain brand awareness for your business. So I think anything that will really create an avenue for you to give value to other people. Okay, so it's not just about brand awareness, but it's really about the motivation and the intention behind it as well.
One of the things that my wife mentioned that she learned from John Maxwell is don't build your brand, get good at what you do, which I think is a really good insight. Because even if you pay for advertisement for brand awareness and reach or engagement on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, you can burn all of this ad money. But if your product or service is not that great, it will
Yeah.
not go far. If you're marketing and advertising a bad product or service, then it will catalyze the destruction of that business. It will catalyze the failure of that business. Papabilisin niya. But if
Mhm.
the product or service is good, then it will catalyze the growth of that business. And that's good branding and awareness for you. So before you spend anything on advertising or marketing, make sure that you spend a lot of time, effort, and money on improving your business, your process, your products, your service, your support, whatever it is, improve that first. And then you can spend money on advertising on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, or wherever you plan to market your product or service to.
When people will see the value and the quality of your product or service, then, di ba, through word of mouth, that's also one of the best things as well that you can have in terms of your brand awareness, yung
Yeah.
testimonials talaga ng people who will try your product or service.
Yep, that's true. So we have an episode actually on the Leadership Stack podcast that talks about word of mouth marketing and why it's still the best form of marketing. It's free. It
Right.
hinges on the integrity of the person sharing about your product or service. I mean, hands down, if you can get word of mouth marketing for your business or brand, that's the best. And how did you learn all the legalities in business? By doing it. I'm a shoot first, aim later kind of guy. So when I was knee deep, maybe even neck deep already in the mud of entrepreneurship, then I realized, oh, I need this pala, oh, I need that pala. There are some people who helped me out because I asked them questions. There were times where I cold message people and I told them, hey, can I buy you lunch? And I just have a couple of questions. Your choice of restaurant, I'll pay. And then that was a mentorship session for me. And I knew these people. Some of them have sold businesses, some of them have been adopted to board of directors, some of them have stock shares in their company. So I asked them all of these questions. That's how I can answer all of these questions that you guys ask me now. I also learned them from other people. The other people, including books, including those mentorship dine outs or lunch outs, and also from my own experience hiring professionals as well. Sometimes you hire an accounting firm and then you ask them questions. I know that's how I did it. Parang tuition fee ko na rin yung binabayad ko sa kanila eh. Kasi I asked them a lot of questions. Paano to? Paano yan? Paano yung deadline sa ganyan? Paano natin ito gagawin? Also for the law firm that we have, I also asked them a ton of questions. I read a lot of the Philippine laws and I tried to decipher what they mean. I've read the entire data privacy law. It's not so long. In fairness, medyo maiksi yung law natin about data privacy. I understand everything that's written there. And I have read a lot of contracts from a lot of different companies. That's how I was able to craft my own contract as well. So all of these things, you cannot really just learn it by not doing the business and researching about it. Eh. Iba eh, if you're already there in the fray, in the battlefield, fighting for your life or for your business, and then you learn all of these things, it just sticks way better and it takes on a different meaning. So that's how I did it. I'm not telling you how to do it, but you decide how you want to do it.
Okay, and since you're here, can you do me a favor? Can you hit on the subscribe button and hit the bell button and select all notifications so that whenever we have a new video, you're going to be the first one to know. Until then, keep leading.
I think that the best leaders on the planet are the ones who can train others to do the job and to succeed, and then to just kind of sit on the backside and admire that, look at what this person has done who's on our team, or this executive, or this individual, or this team. Look at what they've accomplished. And that wouldn't have happened had the leader not trained them and taught them how to do it and given them the ability to do that.
No freelancer or business would want to have the reputation that, oh, this guy, oh, this girl, or this business, they give stuff away for free. I don't think anyone would want to have that reputation, because then lugi ka. You're not going to make money.
Hey guys, welcome back to the Leadership Stack Podcast, the podcast for entrepreneurs by entrepreneurs to increase your leadership, teamwork, and profits. This is your host, Sean C., aka Mr. CEO at 22.
Hey, from Mitch, what can you say about people who choose to work for free in exchange of testimonials or possible long-term employment? I would just assume, muna, Mitch, about this question being a service being provided to the client. Maybe you're a freelancer, you're doing maybe social media marketing as a service. So I'll answer it from that perspective. And I think that if you want to work for free in exchange for the testimonial, that would entirely depend on how well you can provide for yourself and or your family if you're a family person, or if you have responsibilities in paying some of the stuff at home. I would say if the testimonial comes from a very big personality or a very big company, worth a shot. But if it's just going to come from some unknown person or not well-known person, I don't think that's a good trade. So it would depend on who will give you the testimonial. Possible long-term employment, I would say also worth a shot if the company is a well-known company with a culture that you really want to get into, with a pay that is good for you, and with you looking at staying long term with that company. I would say it is worth a shot. Otherwise, it's going to be a no. So if the person or the company you're going to be doing it for free for not so well known, I'd say it's not worth it. Also, if you don't think that you're going to be part of the board or you're going to be part of the higher up positions, why would you want to stay there long term? So you have to first look at your end goal. What is your end goal? Before you give anything for free, you have to check it out first, because you might end up always having to do that. And no freelancer or business would want to have the reputation that, oh, this guy, oh, this girl, or this business, they give stuff away for free. I don't think anyone would want to have that reputation, because then lugi ka. You're not going to make money, right? So that's what I think about it. Next question from Mitch. Do you think that is enough measure of a person's hunger to succeed in the career they want to pursue or enter? Have you accepted people like this in any of your business? So I think this is pertaining to her previous question.
Well, it actually depends on the person's motivation as well. Like, for instance, with what also Sean mentioned earlier, like, diba, when you also like do on-the-job training, and then the employer will see how you work, and then there's a possibility for you to be hired for long-term employment. So that's actually good. Yeah, do you think that that is enough measure of a person's hunger to succeed? So yun, naiisip ko rin parang to those people who want to be mentored, like let's say by Sean, di ba? So it really depends on the person if he or she wants to learn as well.
I haven't had that experience yet, but there's definitely plus points for them if they would say they'd work for free for X number of days, weeks, or months. And the reason why they're going to be doing that is they want to join the team. Definitely plus points, because I could see determination there. One of our core values is challenger. That's a core value that's all about going the extra mile, doing the hard thing. So check na sila doon. They're check already with that core values, which is a big deal. But I don't think that's enough measure of a person's hunger. I don't think so. Because I have had a lot of experience where people, well, they didn't do that, but they would promise a lot during the interview and they look like they're very hungry. But when you hire them and they get the job, their hunger just dissipates. Wawala. Parang nabusog sila bigla. So one of the reasons why we have the 6-step hiring process, and imagine now it's just online, diba? Because we interview via Zoom. Before, they would have to keep on going to our office 6 times because we asked them to go home each time. So the fact that they would go back to the office each time tells us about their desire and hunger to really be part of the team and how much this job matters to them. That for me is skin in the game. Kasi wala pa silang sweldo, wala pa silang bayad, nakailang commute na sila pabalik sa office namin. And yung iba galing pang Cavite or Laguna. Malayo talaga. So that for me is a better calibration on how to check someone's hunger. If there's someone who would do that, plus points to them. But that's not the end all. I still have to check a lot of things about them.
Sean, are they interns? You consider them as interns?
I would probably consider those people as interns if they're going to be working for free. If they're not interns, I have to hire them as probationary employees. Otherwise, it's illegal.
So do you recommend that also first to people, like trying internship to the company that they want to be hired from?
If the company is accepting internship or you're gutsy enough to do a move like that, but you know you're able to sustain yourself, because there's skin in the game, right? But if the company doesn't have integrity and pinatrabaho ka lang nila for a prolonged period of time as free labor, that's gonna hurt, right? I mean, you're gonna feel betrayed doing that for a long period of time. So you have to check the integrity of the company as well. Definitely a gutsy move if you're gonna do that. Hats off. Next question from Bern. Have you tried cold calling to look for clients when you're starting out? And do you do it today? I have not tried cold calling. Cold messaging, cold emailing. Yeah, I have tried cold emailing, but not cold calling. How about you, JM?
No.
I know
Yeah,
that. Yeah, I know it's good hustle, no? It's good hustle for some people to do cold calls out of the blue. Steve Jobs has done it. If you read his biography, Elon Musk has done it. But then again, before, di pa ganun kasikat ang email, talagang cold call lang meron sila.
I'm not sure if you can consider it cold calling, but I think I did it for my first coffee table book. So I actually wrote also like a letter to this company if I can also like distribute my coffee table book from their coffee shop. And timely naman na they're doing that actually, and then a percentage goes to a charity. So something like that. So can you consider that as cold messaging?
Yeah, I would say. I would
Mm.
say, yeah. It's
Yeah.
it's a gutsy move. The reason why cold calling for us is not that effective and why I've never done it is SEO kasi is not something that you buy usually. Especially when I was starting out, a lot of companies didn't know and didn't care about what SEO was. So cold calling them would be generally a waste of time and effort. So I didn't do it that way. We did rank for keywords that are super important for us, such as SEO Philippines, SEO services, SEO company. And that worked out a lot better because people and companies who were looking to get us, na alam na nila na SEO kailangan nila, gusto nila. They would type in those keywords, go in our website, and we'd set a deal. And even then, getting those calls in, getting those people in who are already interested, that takes a lot of time and work pa. So me working on cold calls doesn't really make sense. I would rather just put that time and effort on working on closing the deals I have already in the pipeline who are inbound rather than doing outbound calls and messaging.
So you can say that it depends talaga, no, Sean? Like, I also know this entrepreneur and he was also writing a book. And he actually did this also, and he was able to interview key people for his book. So yeah, it really depends also.
It really depends. It really depends. I mean, for me, asking you to join me here as a co-host, that was like cold messaging. I know we're friends and we know each other, right? But out of the blue, I messaged you that way. I'm not trying to sell you anything though, but if you just want to bridge better a relationship, cold call, cold messaging works.
I agree.
That is the last question. JM, thank you
Wow.
so much for being here.
No, thank you very much, Sean, and everyone. In terms of business and entrepreneurship, it's so important for you to be a learner. Keep on learning through other people, have a mentor, and do your own research and study as well. And just like what Sean also mentioned, go for it.
Well, guys, that is a wrap. Keep leading.
Okay, and since you're here, can you do me a favor? Can you hit on the subscribe button and hit the bell button and select all notifications so that whenever we have a new video, you're going to be the first one to know. Until then, keep leading.
Most public companies, they're a slave to one thing, and that's, giving value to their shareholders. Value means profit. We're a business too. We need to make profit to be in business and sustain the long run. However, it's our theory that when you put your people over the profits, that usually the profits take care of themselves. And that was shown to us, almost a fact during this past year of the pandemic.
You're probably here because you're finding it a little bit difficult in finding your way about leadership, finding your way on how to manage people well, and finding your way on how to grow your business as an entrepreneur. Any one of these things are the topics that we cover. I'm your host, Sean C., aka Mr. CEO at 22. I am so glad that you took the first step of being here to learn more about leadership, entrepreneurship, and management, because the world needs more people like you. We will help you to invest in yourself, because that's something that is worth doing. That is something that is worth learning. If you have questions about entrepreneurship, maybe you're having problems at work, or you're having some leadership problems, or managing other people, boy, I have news for you. We have what we call a masterclass. Most of the courses in the masterclass deal with how you can generate revenue online. It deals with leadership, how to lead in crisis, how to break through the crisis in business, in entrepreneurship, and how you can manage other people better. Now, I always say the best kind of investment is an investment in yourself. And how much money are we charging for this masterclass? Not a lot. And if you invest in one, it's yours to keep. And if it doesn't, I'll refund you. No questions asked. Full refund. So why don't you try it out? Head on over to sean.c/masterclass and check out any one of the courses if it fits any one of the questions in your head. And if you have any questions, you can just put it on the comment section and we'll get in touch with you. We want to know who you are and we want to hear from you. Until then, keep leading. All right. Hey, everyone. Good evening. It is another Leadership Stack live session that we have for you. And for tonight, before I start, I just want to say hi to those of you tuned in. You could leave comments in the chat box below, shout outs, no worries. We want to let you know that we have new episodes published just this week, July 27, 2029. And we have Sensei Gillian. And I had a really interesting episode with him. Now, Sensei, if you're wondering, it is a nickname actually. And he is a black belter. That is how he got that nickname. And he is a really intuitive businessman and CEO. And we talked about how to start a business with nothing, because he has a very interesting startup journey. He also started from scratch and he went through the School of Hard Knocks in the US, building his business empire. I also have top investing tips for beginners published, and that is with Marvin Guillermo, the man, the billionaire. You might want to listen to the top investing tips that he has for you. We have the 3 real estate wealth building factors. So if you're into real estate, you want to invest in real estate, that is the episode for you to listen to for the past week. Now, we also have the YouTube episodes that have been published, and you might want to check that out. We have it on YouTube. Just search for Leadership Stack on YouTube. You will find our channel. We have 888 subscribers so far, and we're still looking for more subscribers. If you find value in any one of our videos, please do help us by sharing the videos with someone who you think can benefit from it, who you think can learn from it. We would really love and appreciate that. Okay, I'm going to jump right into the questions for tonight. So the first one is from Chucks. Chucks asks, what are your tips when hiring people for important positions? Okay. So SEO Hacker, we are pretty much here right now when we want to scale up and professionalize things, and we want to hire senior management. We want to hire somewhere AVP levels, or all of the higher up or important positions. For me, one of the things that I really look for is the humility, or do they have the humility that I'm gonna require? Because
We want them to be experts, we want them to be senior positions, but we also want them to have a beginner's mindset. What do I mean by beginner's mindset? What I mean is, I want them to have a sort of mindset and humility, knowing that they don't know everything, and to have a teachable heart so that you can actually help them improve in a way that you need, not in a way that he or she knows. Because there's a huge difference between what he or she knows coming from a different background, different company, different experience, and what you actually need. This is why when you're hiring a software company to do software for you, you want it custom made for you, for your business, for your processes. You're also going to want to do that for your hire, especially if it is an important position that you're hiring for. You want to custom fit that person, and how you're going to be able to do that is if you hire someone who is humble enough to accept correction and molding from you as the leader or as the main decision maker. So humility is important. Drive is important. We want to see that the person has ambition. If it is an important position, we don't want the person to stay there and keep all of the things to himself or herself. We want that person to want to go up and shoot up for a better, higher position, which involves more serving the company more, the people more, involves more responsibility. And of course, when he or she leaves the post, we also want to see how he or she does the succession planning. So, a person who is ambitious, who has the drive, who is hungry to succeed, that is also important for us. And we want to see if the person has people smarts. When we say people smarts, does the person have high EQ? Can he or she relate to other people well? Because every business is a people business. You have to be able to relate and to build relationships, build bridges with other people well. So we look at these three things, among other things, that we sift through. The competence is obviously a huge factor. It is a no-go if the person is not competent. We shouldn't even be discussing competence because that should be a given. Integrity is also a given. If the person has no integrity, it's an important position. It's a non-discussion that is required for an important position, hands down. So we look at humble, we look at hungry, we look at smart, people smarts. I learned that from Patrick Lencioni. Might want to check that out. We also look for loyalty. Does the person have loyalty to his or her previous work, his or her previous leader or leaders? Meaning they don't talk bad about the previous company, the previous leaders, the previous previous workmates. They stayed there for a long time, 10 years, 8 years. It's an important position you're hiring for. You're going to want to look at someone who has been in that certain company for a very long time now. I know that they're far and few in between now, but they do exist. There are those people who have been working for just one company for X number of years, and sometimes they become free agents. You just have to look out for them and be there when they become free agents and be able to offer something to them that they would want from you. All right. Hope I answered that question. Next question is, how can you spot potential leaders in your team? Potential leaders are people who have two things. Number one is initiative, and number two is ownership. Initiative is when you don't need to tell people what to do, and they don't wait for you to tell them what to do. They just do things, and they do things for the benefit of the company. So oftentimes it's outside of their job description when I say initiative, because if I say initiative and it's within their job description, that's not very amazing. That is something that is okay. They have initiative, it's within their job description, that's okay. But if they have initiative doing things outside of their job description, helping other teams, going the extra mile, challenging the status quo, that for me is amazing, and it's a good sign that this person is a potential leader. Ownership is also very important. When I say ownership, it means that he or she doesn't just walk the gray line. He or she doesn't just look at how far can I go before I get a memo or I make a mistake or people notice that I'm really not pushing. Ownership is, I want to do my best because I'm part of this company. My salary literally comes from part of the profits, and I'm a profit sharer. That is someone with ownership. Someone who thinks like that is for me a potential leader. So I look for those two things: who has ownership, who has initiative. Again, competence, integrity, that should be on the table already. We shouldn't even be discussing that. People who don't have those two things shouldn't be in your team, shouldn't be in my team. How can you hone people with potential into good leaders? All right, so potential leaders into good leaders. Set an example. People will look at your life, people will look at how you manage your time, how you handle yourself, how you manage your temper, how you relate with other people, how you raise them up, how you train them, how you talk with them, how often you meet with them, what you say when you're in a meeting. They're going to look at every little detail about you. If you're someone to respect, to trust, and to follow, you have good influence, they're going to look at you and say, is this person really going to help me be a better leader? And if you are, then you are already honing them to become better leaders without you even trying, without you even knowing it. Because the best way to lead someone is to first lead yourself. Because the hardest person to lead is yourself, both for you and for other people in the team. So if they see that you can lead yourself, they will follow. Is it better to hire managers from the outside or promote from within? Always the latter. I would always say promote from within. Now, is it always an option? No, sadly, no. There are people who will work with you and for you who will only reach a certain point and they're happy with that, and you really can't do a lot of things about it. If they're happy with that, what they're getting, they're not ambitious enough, they lost the drive somewhere in between and they want to stay in that level, it is very difficult for a person to inspire them and bring them up. So there are those rare times, hopefully rare times, that you would have to hire from outside. And when that happens, you just have to make sure you take your time in hiring them, getting to know them. When I hire for an important position, there are a lot of times that I really take my time in chatting the person, getting to know them, calling him or her, asking a lot of questions. I ask a lot of questions all throughout the hiring process, even if it is an informal chat outside of the hiring process. I talk with them. I want to get to know them because if I'm going to give them the keys to the house, I want to know I can trust them. What are the telltale signs that there needs to be a change in a team's leadership? When the team is not performing well, they're not meeting their KPIs, they're not hitting it. When a team is toxic, that is also a very good sign. The environment has a bit of politics, there's red tape, bureaucracy, someone's power playing, someone is being bullied. That is a very good sign that there needs to be a change in a team's leadership. And those telltale signs, they're not hard to spot. You just have to keep your eyes and ears open. Which team is not performing well? Who's not meeting their KPIs? And all the time, I look at the leader. What is the leader doing? What is the leader deciding on? What is the leader acting on to prevent these things or to improve these things? Or why is the leader allowing these things to happen and rot inside the team? And usually, what should happen is you either change the leader or you retrain the leader to become something else. There's no real option to just allow it to go as is because things won't change and it's going to get worse and the entire company is going to suffer. How can business owners tell when it's time to create a new position to handle certain tasks? Creating new positions to handle certain tasks, usually when the tasks become too heavy, when the tasks have bubbled up, when the company has grown and a certain task that was menial, rare, it doesn't happen too often or it shouldn't be done that often. Now it's quite common because you're getting more clients, getting more inquiries and so on. You're growing as a company, you're getting more people in the team. Then when you calculate it and a certain task would take 8 hours a day every day, that's the time you should get someone to handle that task. Otherwise, that task is not really going to be handled well. Now, when you're growing from a startup to a scale up, you would have to wear different hats. I know I did, and I really got myself cheap in the early days where I would really wear a lot of hats. I would do accounting, I would do sales, marketing, I would speak on stage for events, I would do the collection of checks, I'd be the runner, I'd be the janitor. You guys know the story. You've heard me say it a lot of times. It is something that you really try to save up. If you save as much as you can when you're starting up, and you do as much as you can, because you're cheap, you don't want to pay people. But as you grow, you start quitting those tasks and you start hiring people to do those tasks. Now make sure that you are utilizing your manpower efficiently. People who will tell you, I should only do stuff in my job description. If it's not in my job description, don't ask me to do that. I'm not warning you now about these kinds of people. They're mercenaries. They're there to get paid and leave, and they don't care about the company. Wala silang malasakit, or in English, they don't have concern for the company and its people and its growth and its vision and its mission. They're just there to do their job description and get paid, and that's it. Now, they're okay. Panakip butas, kaliwaan. Nandyan ka, kailangan kita ngayon. But these people, they're gonna up and leave the moment they get a better salary elsewhere, the moment they find a better opportunity elsewhere, or the moment that your company, your team, is going through a tough time. And we can't really say when we're going through a tough time. Like the pandemic, no one foresaw, no one prophesied that the pandemic is gonna affect all businesses here in the country. No one saw it. If you have a lot of mercenaries in your team and a pandemic hits you and lockdowns hit you and you're struggling in business, chances are they're all going to up and leave you, and your business is going to just be devoured even faster by other factors outside of it. So always take note who are the mercenaries in your team, who are just in your team without concern for the company, who don't want to wear as many hats as they can, so that the business can grow and evolve and be better. The company can grow and evolve and be better, and therefore pay their people better and can be a better contributor to the economy. Take note of these people. Usually, there are people who will say, "That's not my job. That's not part of my job." You have to take mental note of them, and as soon as you can, you have to let them go. As soon as you can, you have to let them go. I don't know how you're gonna do it, but they're better elsewhere, because you're always gonna want people in your team who will have concern and malasakit for the company. And these are people who will never ever say, "That's not my job. That's not part of my job description." They will never say that kung may malasakit sila sa company. Hey, Edwin, thanks for tuning in tonight. Appreciate you being here. It's my first time on LinkedIn, by the way. So for those of you watching from LinkedIn, appreciate all of you here. I hope you enjoy Leadership Stack now being on LinkedIn. You're very free and welcome to ask me questions if you want me to get to answering them as well. Okay. How can business owners tell when it's time to create a new position? Okay, we're done with that. What makes a team successful? What makes a team successful is when they're united, working toward one vision and purpose. That makes a team successful. Yeah, that's a very short answer, but it's the truth. If your team is united, working towards one goal or vision together, then that's a successful team. What makes a team unsuccessful? Anything that breaks that unity makes a team unsuccessful. That's gossip, lies, slander, that is sanctioned incompetence, that is a vision that's different. You don't have one vision. A team would have 2 or 3 visions that they're all following. Confusion, lack of clarity. That breaks a team. That makes a team ununited. That causes dissent in the team, disharmony. So we really fight against these things. Sanction incompetence, unresolved conflict, gossip. Those are things we really want out of the team, because unity is so important to us in SEO Hacker, because we have a goal and a vision that we are all wanting to hit together as a team. And if someone is a gossiper and gossips around, it's very, very difficult for us. Actually, it's going to be impossible for us to get there towards that vision, towards that goal in time. Okay, so a goal is just vision with time limit, with pants on. And hitting that goal is going to be impossible. You have a gossiper slanderer running around your company. You can't do it. You have to kick that person out. How would you help individual members to work together in the team? Put them together. Put them together. Make sure that they play well together. Someone's strengths is someone's weakness. Someone's weakness is someone's strengths. Because if you have people in the team and they all have the same weaknesses and they all have the same strengths, that's not going to be a fantastic team that would help you move forward. So make sure that it's just like the game of sports. When you look at basketball, you have different positions. You have the point guard, shooting guard, the small forward, power forward, and the center player, and they all have different roles and jobs. We all know when it comes to the rebound, when it comes to scoring in the paint, it has to be the center player or the power forward. That's their role, that's their job. If the point guards and shooting guards are doing that as well, fantastic, well and good. But we're not gonna blame them. We're not gonna look at them if scoring in the paint and rebounding is not happening for the point guard and shooting guard, because we know that the point guard is supposed to be outside the three-point arc, taking the ball from point A to point B. The shooting guard should be closing deals, scoring, and just making sure the ball goes inside the hoop of the opposing team. So that is how to help individual members, different personalities, different attitudes, different strengths, different weaknesses, meld them together in one team and make sure you lead them and you guide them and you help them to get to know each other better. So the first thing is getting to know each other better. That's very important for a team. You want to know each and every one as human beings, not just as power forwards, not just as small guard, point guards or center players. You don't want to get to know people just by their professional roles or titles. You want to get to know them as human beings and build that relationship, because then you have influence over each other and you can help each other to go in a certain direction together. Leadership is both an art and a science. There's no real blueprint that I can give you, and when you follow it, it's going to be able to help you be a great leader at the get-go and have a great team. And we're all holding hands together, singing kumbaya, going in one direction together. It doesn't happen that way. You would have to do the work. You would have to resolve conflicts if you have conflicts within the team. And hey, it's normal to have conflicts. Marriages have conflicts. Best friends, people in barcadas, we have conflicts. We just have to make sure that the conflict is a healthy kind of conflict. Conflict is nothing but the pursuit of truth. Search for the best possible answer, coined by Patrick Lencioni. That is a very good definition of conflict. Good, healthy conflict. Now, what is an ugly, grisly kind of conflict? When you start hitting people below the belt, when you start hitting personal life, personalities, that is an unhealthy, grisly, ugly kind of conflict, and you would never want to go that route. So when you're the leader trying to meld the team together, make sure conflicts are resolved, make sure you have good, clean fights, good, healthy conflicts, make sure everyone knows each other on a personal level and we care about each other, not just about our roles and our jobs and our work, but about each other as people. That's a good start to be able to help individuals work together in a team. What are effective strategies to improve your team's efficiency and productivity? Accountability. If you are not accountable to me, how can I count on you? If you are not accountable to me, how can I count on you? The number one thing that a lot of leaders miss out is accountability. For in a newbie leader's mind or a newbie manager, these are newbie mistakes. If you're a new leader, a new manager, these are mistakes you make often. One of the things that come to mind is I hired people so that you can help me out, so that you do the work. I don't need to teach you. I hired you for that reason. I hired you for that position, for that purpose. You go ahead and do it. And if you bug me, then you're not worth it. That is the wrong kind of mindset. Helping people in their efficiency and productivity is more like hand holding at the beginning and then making sure that they report to you. So when I say hand holding, you show them the ropes. Hey, here's how I do it. You can do it your own way. You can have your own style. I'm not going to tell you how to do things. I'm not going to micromanage you. You can do it on your own style. But here's how I do it, step by step. Okay, tomorrow we'll do this again. Day after comes, okay. Again, here's how I do it. These are things that are, isolated cases. This is what I do. This is what I say. You can do it however way you like, so long as you achieve this KPI. Really up to you, right? So you train the person, and afterwards you allow that person to do it himself or herself. All right, you do it, and I watch. Okay, I'm in a Zoom call. I'm watching you. I'm watching you do whatever it is that you're assigned to do. And after that, you report to me. When's gonna be your deadline? At what time can I receive this? At what time do you plan to do this, and that? What do you do on a certain day? What did you do that day, this day? Because when people are not accountable to you, chances are you're not going to be able to count on them. And there's a lot of people who are inefficient and who are also doing things their own time. They're using working hours for personal stuff. Sadly, that is the case for a lot of people. Not everyone is a professional. And if you have your head on cloud nine and you think you can trust everyone to be people of integrity and just always be working in working hours, I'm telling you now, that is not the case. You have to make sure that you build a culture of accountability where people are gonna feel bad when they steal from the company time and money. If you don't do that, and if you don't build it that way, then people are just going to keep on stealing time and money from you. It's a culture. If you allow it, then you promote it. Just look at our government today. What's happening? Why is it the culture of our government? You can use that as a study. Is that the kind of culture you want to build for your business? If your people are not accountable to you, that is what's going to happen. Should you hire a person that's really great on the job, or who's the best fit for the team? For me, it's going to be the best fit for the team because the work can be learned. The work can be learned. Tasks can be taught. There can be process documents, recorded videos, recorded calls, a sales script, a script for emails. It can be learned, can be taught. But people who fit well with the team, you can't just go ahead and teach that to new hires. Right? There are people who will really fit well with your culture because they're the right person for you. And then there are people that whatever you do, they're not. And they shouldn't be part of your team because they're gonna ruin the entire culture. So for me, it's always looking out for the best person who fits the best fit rather than the best candidate in terms of competence. What do you do if a person is the best fit for the team but is not great on his or her job? Or he or she is really great on the job but is not the best fit for the team? Okay. Person who's not the best fit for the team, it's an easy decision. Usually you find that out in the probationary period in the first 6 months. You just have to not regularize that person because if you do, they're just going to change the chemistry and the culture in a negative way. And you're not going to want that if you're the leader. Is if a person is the best fit for the team but not great in his or her job, then you have to allow that person to go through training and retraining if necessary, because again, it can be learned. It's just a matter of teaching that person, look, if he or she is the best fit for the team, then he or she should have our culture, our attributes, our characteristics, which is what I mentioned at the start of this live session. Humility is one of them. The person has to be teachable. He or she may be great at what he or she does, but we should always have a beginner's mindset. Otherwise, if our heads get too big and we think we know everything, that's the day we stop growing, and there's not going to be any hope for that person. So teachable spirit, very important. If that person's the best fit for the team, make sure he or she goes through training or retraining. How do you think the new Delta variant will affect businesses? I think that in general, the world has adapted a little bit, or adapted quite a lot already to the pandemic, where who are people know, right? People know what happens. People know what happens now when you get infected. We have come up with solutions that we can do at home. We have come up with a lot of companies have come up with vaccines. We have a lot of vaccines out there right now, being distributed by LGUs. I think people should get vaccinated. And then there's news about Japan, a Japanese company developing the uh, oral pill that you can take in order to cure yourself of COVID. So I think that the world is adapting. I'm not sure how bad the Delta variant is. I heard that the vaccine is still effective with the Delta variant. So what I think is that people should still just play it safe, because it is very, very, very costly to get sick here in the Philippines. We don't have great healthcare insurance by the government, or we don't have great healthcare by the government. That's it. If you get sick, you pay for a lot of money for your hospitalization. It would just tank your finances in a way that is going to be really bad. We all know that. Do you think the new Delta variant will cause an even stricter lockdown? It's already happening right now. So there are districts here in even in Parañaque that's already locking down already, and I think it's happening. How would a stricter lockdown affect businesses? Just like how it affected businesses even before. So there are businesses who are gritty, who can pivot, who have a lot of channels and means to survive. God bless them. And then there are businesses that sometimes you just don't learn, right? They're gonna sit and wait and hope that this blows over, and it never does. This pandemic, we all saw how it doesn't blow over, and it just gets worse. So I think that it would trim the fat out, like the fatty businesses out, people and businesses who cannot adapt and accept the truth and pivot. I have a webinar about this, leading through crisis, and I spoke in a recent webinar for the John Maxwell team as well, leading through uncharted times. And I spoke about accepting the truth, assessing the situation, and acting on what you can. And that is very, very critical and important when you are facing a crisis as a leader. What are your thoughts on hybrid work models? I think that a lot of companies would use it to ease in again towards working in the office. I don't think anything can beat working face to face. That's my opinion. Because when you're working face to face, the collaboration is at light speed. But when you're working at home, the work you get done is at a very good rate, but the collaboration is not great. So there are pros and cons, upsides and downsides. We've been working from home, SEO Hacker, ever since the beginning of the lockdowns, which is March last year. We haven't really asked people to report to work. So I think when it comes the time that the people will get herd immunity and we get vaccinated, and it's time for the SEO Hacker team to go to the office, we're gonna ease it in as well with the hybrid work model. That's what I think we're gonna be doing. And then after that, we might, yeah, I can't see that far yet. All I'm seeing now is I think we're gonna be doing hybrid work models, and then if that works, we might stick with it for a year or so. I don't know. I'm not sure about that. But what I do know is nothing can beat face-to-face collaboration. What have been the pros and cons of a work from home system in your business? Pros is we do and finish a lot of work, 100%. So I personally finish 15 to 20 tasks a day, sometimes more. And it is amazing the things that we get done when you're working from home. But it really depends with your home environment, right? If you have kids that are rowdy, running around, they're undisciplined, it's going to be very difficult for you to get work done. If you have a lot of stuff going on, you have renovations at home going on, it's going to be very hard for you to get work done. But if you have a disciplined house, you have your workspace, you have your own time. I think that being able to do a lot of work is the consequential effect of it, because you don't have a lot of distractions. Unlike in the office, you got your teammates, and with the tap of the shoulder, they could just ask you stuff and distract you from focus time that you're doing at work. So there are pros and cons. I like what has happened generally because I get to spend a lot more time with my family, and the kids see me and my wife a lot more. So yeah, I some cons would be not seeing my team. I miss working with my team. I miss seeing them on a day-to-day basis. That is something that is a big con for me, especially the type of guy who likes face-to-face meetings as well. um yeah, that's for me, that's the only con right there. What tips would you give to business owners who want to switch to a work from home system? Number one would be keep them accountable. That's number one. So a lot of business owners I know struggle with working from home, with allowing their team to work from home. I mean, because they don't keep their team accountable. They don't know what their team is doing. And when they don't know what their team is doing, they think of so many wrong things, negative things that would make them micromanage them, and make, it would make the leader a little bit more paranoid about what their people are doing. So if you don't keep them, you don't have a system of accountability. That's really what's going to happen. An easy way to be able to address that is you have to get a time tracker. At SEO Hacker, we use Hubstaff. That is something that we have our people install in their computers whenever they work. It logs the URLs they visit, the apps they use. It logs 3 screenshots every 10 minutes, so it's not very invasive at all. Kung na-screenshotan ka pa ng something wrong sa 10 minutes na yun, 3 screenshot na nga lang, then maybe you were spending a lot of time in that thing that you're doing, right? So, or you're just a very, very lucky person. So it is software that we use. We also have a lot of other things that help us triangulate the data that we have in Hubstaff to see what's the truth behind the work output. So you will know when someone's not really working or is faking it, because they can try to fake the output that they have in Hubstaff. The software, it's just a software, right? They can try to fake it. People are smart, but we triangulate it with their work output, with what others see and hear about them. So there's a lot of things that you can do in order to get to know if your team is really working as well as you would like them to. And keeping them accountable is key if you want to transition to a work from home environment well. How would you recommend aspiring entrepreneurs to network virtually? There are virtual events that happen. So one of the events that I attend is Sake Society. They have an online sake tasting event, and that is a really, really good event that I attend. You might want to check that out. Sake Society Philippines. You can buy sake from their website. You can join the event from their website as well. The host, Tito Ray Joseph, is really, really good host. He makes sure that people in that virtual Zoom room get to know each other. He introduces us with each other. Really good, really good. There, if you want to network even during this time, there's a lot of ways you can do it. And there are people you could just reach out to, leave a message, and open a conversation with them, and that's still networking. That's still you getting to know them. That's still them getting to know you and seeing where you can work together. That is still good networking. So there's a lot of events that you could join, or you could leave a message to someone who you would like to connect with. With the development of new COVID variants, would you still recommend that business owners invest in office spaces? It would really depend on you as the business owner on how highly you value collaboration. So one of the most important reasons why for me, you would get an office is because you want to be able to collaborate well with your team, or you want people in your team to collaborate very well. That is something that you inevitably lose, or you inevitably get a lot less of when you are working from home. So if you're a business owner who you see the necessity, or you see the importance of having that collaboration, definitely still invest in office spaces. Or if you're a business owner who wants to go the long game, because I do believe that working from home is, for some companies, might be here to stay, but for some companies who always want an edge over their competition, might not need to do it work from home 100%. I know for SEO Hacker, for a fact, we are planning our next headquarters after the pandemic is over. It's just fact. We want our own headquarters. We invested in a lot. We want to build our building there, and we just uh, we just have a vision of having our own space where we can collaborate, where everything we need is going to be there in order for us to collaborate at light speed and make amazing things. So it would really depend on the type of business, on the business owner and the team and your clients. There's a lot of variables that work, and it's tough for me to say. It's difficult for me to say a yes, or to make it a yes or no question. No, na if you should invest or not. There's so many variables in between that you have to consider. What type of tools would you recommend business owners to invest in as they prepare to switch to work from home? Yeah, definitely Hubstaff is one. Hubstaff is a really, really good software that we use in SEO Hacker. You could find it in our website. We have the tools that we use. All of the tools in SEO Hacker that we use are listed there. Hubstaff is one of them. That is something that is amazing for us and has worked really well for us. We also use Slack as our messaging software. Slack has worked really well for us. Discord has worked really well for us as our meeting rooms, and where we can just talk audibly with each other if we want to collaborate faster as a team. We also recently tried Notion, where I'm not 100% sure how fast it will take us to a certain efficiency yet in the operation, since we just started using it, but it is something that we invested in. So we invest in Slack, Hubstaff, Notion. Those are just some softwares that we use in order to keep the team going and running at full speed in a work from home setup. So I hope that helps. I do believe that is the last question. And before I let you go and enjoy the evening, I do have an open invitation for you, because we are going to have the Grow and Balance Your Life webinar. If you like the stuff that I share with you on the podcast and on YouTube, you would want to enroll here. It is an online event. It is a 2-hour event where I will speak 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. on a Saturday. That's August 14 and August 21. I know it's a couple of weeks out there, but it is something that I'm passionate about. Having your growth plan, being intentional about your growth. This is something that is, I think, a lot of people has missed out on, and you have to have it. You have to have it. And I teach it here, and we could also talk and chat and have a Q&A after the webinar proper. Now, the investment is just 950 for early birds. That's until August 11, so you have a lot of time. And the regular rate is 1,150. So make sure you reserve your slot as early as today. Just go to the link here, leadme.ph/grow balance. That is the link, and it will take you straight here, and you can enroll right away. And that is it. Thank you so much for the questions. I hope you learned a lot tonight. We have a short and sweet episode, and this is again my debut on LinkedIn Live. Hope you learned a lot tonight. For those of you tuned in on LinkedIn, Mitch, thanks so much for tuning in again. And yeah, looking forward to your first business as well. Hope that goes ahead and flies off, takes off. before you know it. Thanks, everyone, and I will see you next week.
There will be a point in time that it will go down. It will go down, it will correct, it will crash because that's how things normally go. Then assuming na maganda yung fundamentals niya, it will also go back up again. Pero yung question that people need to realize is this: in the midst of that loss, what do they do?
Hey guys, welcome back to the Leadership Stack Podcast, the podcast for entrepreneurs by entrepreneurs to increase your leadership, teamwork, and profits. This is your host, Sean C., aka Mr. CEO at 22.
All right, all right. Thank you so much for being here. And we have questions on Discord that we are going to be answering. By we, I mean me and Mr. Marvin Guermo right here. Marvin, welcome to the show.
Hello, thank you for having me, Sean. Nice to be
Yeah.
back.
Thank you, Sobra, for being on the show. We have a question from Erica. How can I start stock trading in the Philippines? Very basic, but maybe a lot of people still don't know how to do that.
Very, very simple lang, no? You just need a broker. I guess when you enter the stock market, kasi kailangan mo ng access, meaning you need a platform that will allow you to buy and sell shares sa market. So, it's as simple as opening a broker na online. Now, of course, when you open a broker, you would need hingan ka nila ng mga IDs to be able to verify who you are. Then yung mga mailing address, also proof of where you live, proof of billing. Then after that, they give you an account. When they start to give you an account, yun na yun. Basically, it's as simple as that. When they give you an account already, you will have a password, then you'll have to fund it. Then as you start funding it already, that's what you can use to start buying stocks also. So, relatively as straightforward as that. Yung kailangan pag-aralan, it's not about, in my opinion, not about starting, no, but it's more about analyzing what stocks fit you, what stocks are meant for you as well. Because I think that's a bigger and larger question because madali lang pumasok eh. Especially for yung mga app-based na platforms where you get to buy and sell stocks. Para siyang laro. Pero since para siyang laro, you have to realize that pinag-aaralan what you need to buy. So if you don't know what you're supposed to buy yet, don't get super excited because your time is long. You have enough time to be able to build the skills for it. So not as hard.
Very good, very good. And dami naman mga brokerage na pwedeng gamitin. So ako
Yeah,
I use PI Trade. And ikaw, Marvin, what do you use ba?
They can go to pse.com.ph to be able to check lahat ng mga online brokerage platforms doon. So I think that's the best way for them to be able to check and pick. I guess if they want to start and they want to open something, so possible na ganun.
From Mitch, can you give us advice on how to manage risk in long-term investing? Is it safer to invest on ETF index funds or just do copy trading?
Statistically speaking, the safest, di ba safest, lahat may risk pa rin, no? Statistically speaking though, if you want something that's generally safer, then ETFs that are tracking the index will do better. Kasi pag ETF na nagtatrack ng index, nare-recalibrate siya. The ones that don't make the cut get removed. The ones that are not as good also get removed as well. So if you want something na medyo safer, ETFs na nagtatrack ng index fund. So sa global market, you can look at the ones that are tracking Nasdaq mismo or yung Dow Jones or yung S&P 500. Then sa Philippines, yung PSEI. Pero ganun din, if you follow that, generally speaking, you will get the average also. May kapalit lagi if you're going for something that's relatively safe. Eh.
This one from Mitch. Any advice on how not to lose money when copy trading in eToro? Okay, I think like for me, at least in my experience, I lost money in copy trading. When you copy trade someone that's not really that good, I guess you lose money there. Or when the person you're copy trading, nung pababa yung market, di siya nakabantay, di siya nag-sell, then you might lose money there, especially when you copied their open trades when the market was high and then it fell down, it dropped, then you lose money there. But Marv, you're the expert here.
It's impossible not to lose money, no? Please remember this. Every time you go into an investment, you will always lose money. That's always part of it. Kahit check mo when you go to any copy portfolio, look at their portfolio, there will always be negatives. Yan. Kahit si J Nemesis ngayon, March 2021, he's ending it on the negative because it's normal eh. It's part of it. I have not seen anyone na sobrang yaman that has never lost money. So I'm not sure if there's an answer to not lose money. because even the best traders will also lose money also eh. Long term though, if you can ride yung volatility na kunyari down sila ngayon, you believe that they are good, then there's a chance that it gets also recovered. Pero there will always be a point in time na losses will happen. Siguro just to add a layer of analysis dun, the ones that are doing very, very well, na as in, boom, sobrang laki ng kita nila, tas eto lang yung average ng majority. Pag bagsak naman yung market, sure yun, sila yung malaki din yung bagsak. So, that's how you can look at it. The ones that, when everyone else is earning 10%, sila 40%, 80%, sure yun. When times are bad, they're also the ones that are hit the most. Then the ones that are in the middle, kung 20% sila, minsan bababa, 10%, 8%. Then the ones that mga 2%, 3% lang, sure din yun, pagbagsak yung market, they're not really as affected also. Siguro if you want to lessen your losses, then copy the ones that are not really getting high returns also. Pero ganun din eh, kahit si Olivier Danvel, which had a very, very large record, minsan hirap din talaga eh. So I don't know. But please remember, losses will always be part of investing. You have to embrace losing. The name of the game lang is, pag mali ka, you tolerate an amount na that you can lose. Tapos, with the context that, mababawi mo siya dun sa mga later on na investments mo. I'm saying that because there might have been a lot of people that nag-invest last year na naranasan lang nila puro gains. It won't be like that forever. Even this run up sa cryptocurrencies, there will be a point in time that it will go down. It will go down, it will correct, it will crash, because that's how things normally go. Then assuming na maganda yung fundamentals niya, it will also go back up again. Pero yung question that people need to realize is this: in the midst of that loss, what do? Do they add? Do they cut? Do they reposition? Something like that.
Erica, very basic but very profound question. How can I make a lot of money with stock trading?
Ganun din, based on what we talked about earlier, that it's still based on the amount of skill that you put in. And then yung term na a lot of money, that's I think a bit subjective also. For some people, you would see it na some people, masaya na sila, nakaka 2,000 pesos a day, every day. Okay na sa kanila yun. Pero there are people that they don't get that 2,000 every day, pero in a year, they get 1,000,000 pesos. Pero they're very, very passive also in their investment. So I think it depends also on what's a lot for you. It depends also on how big your capital is. It depends also on the proficiency that you have in it. Pero this is what I've realized, that the larger your portfolio is, the more money you have also. You will notice it. Kahit, for example, bigay na lang natin magandang example si Sean. He doesn't care if he makes 1,000 pesos or 2,000 pesos or 5,000 pesos on a daily basis eh. What matters is overall, the portfolio grows. Second is, ayaw niya bumabagsak yung portfolio niya. So, what's important for him is yung overall growth later on. Kasi you have to realize that okay yan yung mga 2,000, 2,000, 4,000, 4,000 na earnings on a daily basis. Pero once your portfolio reaches as big as Sean, na nasa 8 digits na yung portfolio mo, minsan
Fake news, bro. Fake news.
you just slug it out lang na
May decimal
what's
place.
important is it grows larger over a stretch period of time. Tapos yun, you will notice it also as your portfolio grows. Mas importante na ma-preserve mo siya kesa sa makuha mo yung jackpot. So I think getting those large swings and trades is very, very nice if your portfolio is smaller. Pero when you are in the Shanxi level already, it's more about storing that value.
Okay, and since you're here, can you do me a favor? Can you hit on the subscribe button and hit the bell button and select all notifications so that whenever we have a new video, you're going to be the first one to know. Until then, keep leading.
Going back to not having anything in the beginning, I was at the bottom of the barrel. Now, here's the thing. God gives us one great power, and the power is choice. Make a choice. Are you going to stay at the bottom of the barrel, sucking your thumb, whining and crying in the fetal position that you have nothing, that everybody else has everything? Or are you going to take the purpose He's given you in life and utilize it to help not only you, but others that are around you?
We talk about your mistakes in either business or investing, something that nagkamali kayo, may natutunan kayo, and somehow you reverse engineered it to make something better later on. Yun. Who wants to start? First time ko lang, guys, first time lang namin mag 4-time, how do you call this?
Four-man.
How do you call this?
Four-man vlog.
Four-man
Yep.
vlog. Okay. Okay. Wants to start? We'll start with the person who has the most experience na lang. Over 50 years in the industry. 50 years in business and entrepreneurship.
Panira na.
Nabuta pa niya Yellow Pages, guys, tsaka Abacus when he was doing things. Okay, Jason.
Ayoko. Ano ba? Worst investment.
Worst investment, worst business mistake, something that nung naginawa mo, you lost a lot of money, and then you shifted it so that next business and investment that you did, you were okay already.
Sa akin, may mga bad decisions. Pero yung pinaka naiisip ko na nakakainis, kasi ang liit-liit lang ng investment ko doon.
Okay.
Tapos, dahil mali talaga yung partner, sumakit talaga yung ulo ko dahil sa maliit na investment na yun. Parang gusto ko sabihin sa'yo na lang, tapos na. Yung kapag nakapag-partner ka sa isang tao na hindi kayo same values, tapos yung perspective niya sa business, iba, ang hirap. Ang hirap. So yun yung nangyari na I think even though maliit lang i-invest mo, kailangan pag-aralan mo talaga at saka alamin mo kung sino yung kasama mo.
So ano nangyari? Nalugi business or nainis lang kayo?
Nalugi, pero there were so many parang yung mga nag-email na mga kung ano-ano. Tapos ano na lang ako, silent partner na parang maliit lang. Ginawang mountain yung molehill. And chain reaction na. Tapos
Okay.
away-away. Parang I think that's one of the worst experiences in terms of business.
Okay. Do we have a follow-up question?
Hindi siya rin na may kasama.
Okay. Exactly. Kasi kung si Jason yan.
Guys, by the way, si Marvin may pakana dito.
Okay, baka na. Sige. So after that, what happened? Did you start a new business based on the learnings that you did from that? Or did you say na hindi na ako mag-business, puro ano na lang, I'll just focus on my own thing, I'll just be a speaker, I'll just start my own.
Ano lang yun, parang side business lang.
Okay.
Invest lang ako. Tapos, reason ko kasi parang medyo, alam mo yun, kaibigan, naawa ka. Di man naawa, parang sige, support ka na. Tulong. Tulong. And then, ganun pa yung nangyari. Tumulong ka na. Tapos, na-perwisyo ka pa sa isang.
Ako, baliktad naman. May ganyan ako. Nag-offer silang tumulong, pero hindi ko naman kailangan. Pero dahil inisip ko, ay, makakatipid ako ng konti para sa initial investment, binigyan ko sila ng shares. Tapos lumaki na sobra yung negosyo, I ended up buying some of them out at a much more higher price. Then sana, nung simula pa lang, hindi ko na lang sana sila or hindi ko na lang in-accept yung offer nila.
Okay, this brings me to my next question. Do you advise it to people that if you are starting out, is it better na huwag ka na lang kumuha ng partner? Do everything yourself, fund everything yourself?
Dapat tayo dito.
Oh! Ay, nasa ka pala!
Masarap matuto eh.
Nasa ka pala! Follow up to that. Do you suggest that they start things on their own, then hire people na lang instead of getting partners?
Bootstrap it by yourself.
Okay.
Diba katulad ng ginawa ko sa SEO Hacker?
Mayaman.
If kaya mong kasi sobrang nakaka-tempt, lalo na in the current startup scene, na mag-accept ng investments. Pero the reality is, maraming bagay hindi mo naman kailangan. Kasi some people get investment so they can have a swacky office.
Yeah.
So they can have like a lifestyle that they feel comes with the startup lifestyle. When in fact, a lot of the good businesses that are massive today, like Apple, diba, Google, SEO Hacker, started,
1 billion valuation.
they started out of garages. So I think people are mistaking, yung pinaka-biggest mistake nila is to take an investment. They loot their ownership as they pay for it later.
Tapos, people are now into increasing valuation
Then after
as compared to making money in the business.
Uber.
Diba? Pero people kasi are thinking na yung Amazon, that's what they did eh. Also, they started making the business bigger before they were making money. They were draining money for years. Tapos, 2 or 3 years ago lang talaga sila
Nagsimula.
kumita. Yeah.
Yung Amazon.
Pero meron kasi silang plan, may end in mind sila.
Being
Nakakatawa, yung kinikwento ko, I was watching Shark Tank. Tapos nag-present siya. No? Tapos, he was supposed to be partners with a shoe company. Pero instead of getting shares, ang ginawa niya, nagpabayad siya kasi kailangan niya. Yung company na yun, Under Armour.
Oh!
So, ginawa ay huge, Ganyan na ganyan reaction ng mga judges.
Parang oo.
I remember I saw that episode.
Di ba?
Okay. Sean, biggest mistake?
Biggest mistake, investment would be I invested in a forex broker person
Aray.
with your friend. Pero it's not a big amount. And
So,
suddenly,
need some 10 million before, di ba?
default.
Sorry.
20 ata.
Parang sa'yo ata.
Hindi.
So, nag-default siya. And then, the company closed. Maraming sinasabi na ito, tinap ko or ganyan. But because it was money I was willing to lose. Parang I didn't let it stress me out na. Pero it was a bad investment kasi hindi ko siya pinag-aralan. Ko tinanong. Okay ba yung company? And then the worst mistake in business is not investing in the team culture. Team culture is very important. I have seen companies with great processes, systems in place that failed and had a lot of breakdowns in their team politics.
You lost money because of that or no?
Malaking stress. I think I might have lost growth kasi umagal kami in terms of getting clients and in terms of our efficiency and productivity. So in that case, yeah, I lost money indirectly. And then nagkaroon kami ng 3 waves of employees na mass exit.
Okay, nag-speak ako sa inyo last time, no? Parang
Yeah.
dalawa na.
Doon nga nag-mass exit. Dahil
Parang 2 weeks ago lang. 2 weeks ago lang.
mass exit. Parang yun yung
pala.
Tama. Yung next book ni
My
Sean,
bad.
why I shouldn't have listened to Jason. So sa akin, just to share lang, kailangan ko mali sa stocks super. Pero yun yung technique sa stocks also the more mistakes you make, the more you learn that if it's a mistake, you try to let it go faster. Kasi the problem with people who are investing, mali na, tapos as it keeps going down, they keep holding onto it.
Na feeling nila babawi.
Nababawi or nanghinahin sila, malaki na to hintayin ko na lang, bata pa naman ako. And I've seen, hindi lang sa akin, I've seen other people na nag-invest no 1980s, bumili sila ng mining stock at 10 pesos. Ngayon, yung mining stock na yung 20 centavos na lang, and it's been 30 years after, and they lost money. So sa akin gano'n, I bought something, sabi niya, uy, akit to, binili ko ng 25, 26, thinking na mag-50 siya, tapos bumagsak yung piso, yung stock nun. But I sold at around 16 pesos, and it was a learning na, number 1, huwag makinig sa kaibigan. That's the best way for you to lose money. Number 2 is, that's why pag
Ako naman ngayon.
that's why pag nagtatanong ako kung bibili ko ba ito, sabi ko, ano yung signal mo to buy? Kasi yung risk tolerance is different from mine. Pati sa kanya, we all have different risk tolerances. So, pero yun talaga blindly lang. I bought it kasi habol ko lang kumita. Habol ko, sabi niya kasi 25, mag-50 to So I bought it with the hope na bibili ng 50. And we always say this, hope is not a strategy. Hope is good, but it's not a buy signal. It's not a strategy. It's not something that will help you make money. So, first mistake ko doon, nakinig ako sa kaibigan ko, which is, maling-mali pag nag-stocks. Second was, it was a wrong trade. I should have cut out 23 pesos. I should have limited my downside. And what I've learned from that is, yun, every time I make a mistake now, if it's for trading, I cut it quickly and then move on to the next trade. Ganun lang siya. I never make my mistakes longer. Ganun na.
So much wisdom.
Di naman.
Nakakahiya naman yung mga shinare na.
Di naman, actually, habang nagsasalita ko, kailangan profound yung sagot ko. Kasi yung una ko sasabihin, my biggest mistake, nag-invest ako ng Anthony Hardaway na basketball cards. Ang dami kong cards ng Anthony Hardaway.
Ano ngayon?
Nasa bahay. I had a choice to do Grant Hill, Jason Kidd, pero mali rin naman pag nag-Grant Hill ako. So okay lang. Mali rin naman yung Grant Hill.
Meron din ako niya.
Grant Hill, tsaka I think Jason Kidd. Kung nag-Jason Kidd sana ako, it might have been better. Or kung nag-Kobe Bryant ako, it would have been much better. Oh, dami. As in, 2 albums of Anthony Hardaway na lahat ng allowance ko nandun. Kung pinambili ko na lang yun ng PLDT stocks at the time, it's been okay pa rin kahit umaba yung PLDT from 3 to 1,000. We had a video, Rex Mendoza. He bought PLDT at 6. Ninoy got assassinated, it dropped to 3, 50% down. Sinalo niya at 3. Rode it all the way up to 1,000. So, yung mga ganun.
Grabe.
Biggest mistake ko is, that one biggest mistake eh. But I wish I started investing early 20s. But if I knew this when I was in elementary, I would have started investing earlier. And hindi pa namin si Jason na nun eh. So, pero nakikita ko na siya sa TV. Nung elementary ako, nakikita ko siya sa TV. So, ano na siya nun, motivational speaker.
Nag-start kasi ako, 6 years old.
Talaga?
Motivate na ako.
Para naman to enter the positive note, ano yung best investment niya? That yielded the best results.
My wife, super.
Na walang cheesing ganyan. Hindi lahat tayo, nasagot natin yung cheesing. Na hindi relationship, business investment na. Kaya be it a stock or a business, or sabihin natin in a person, walang emotional churba. Diba? Parang
Naunahan mo ako, bro.
Kaya I'll
Okay.
start. At ito, huwag nyo gagayahin lahat. So,
I'm excited for this answer.
diba? Yung sa akin, and again, huwag nyo gagayahin lahat na dahil ako kasi super high risk ako. Yung profile ko. Nung nagsisimula yung Bitcoin,
You bought
bumili ako.
below 50.
Yun yung one of the best investments I ever had. Pero yun nga, yung comedy doon, alam mo yung may halong konting regret kasi I could have bought more. Yung sinabi ko doon, kasi I was hired as a parang brand ambassador for parang a platform that sells Bitcoin. Sabi nila, you want us to pay you in Bitcoin or in cash?
Okay.
Sabi ko, they pay me a few in Bitcoin, a lot in cash.
What year was it?
Parang 2000, I think 12, 13.
Yun ang
Ganun.
pinakamaganda.
Below 50 pa yun.
Yeah,
Wow.
okay pa siya.
Best.
So, yun yung best. Kasi may comedy dyan. Nakalimutan ko na. Kasi nakalimutan ko talaga nangyari siya. Tapos, nakalimutan ko may Bitcoin ako. Up until lumabas yung sobrang daming balita na tumataas siya. Tapos naalala ko, shucks, parang meron akong Bitcoin na. Dinownload ko ulit yung app. Buti na sa akin pa yung ano ko. Kasi iba yung credentials mo to see. Andun pa siya. Tapos nakita ko yung amount. Talagang, putingin ako kay Mitch Bate. Magmamadrid tayo. Hindi ko na alam ilang thousands of percent.
Pero yung
Malaki siya.
paano year mo naalala?
Na, no, that was 2 years siguro,
Well, that was 19,000.
No, nabenta ko siya. Nabenta ko yung Bitcoin. Halos lahat ng crypto ko, I sold at around 50.
Kaya pala nabili mo yung buong building na to. Grabe.
Pero yung highest na, namakot ako, nakita ko 19. Akala ko pa nga tataas pa eh. So inisip ko, I'll keep at it pa. Tapos so, nakita ko tuloy-tuloy na talaga. I sold na at around 14,850.
Still not bad.
Shansi, best business investment decision ever. Na ngayon guys, hindi nyo lang alam, dumalami siya sa pera. Super.
Grabe, hindi.
Super. Sabi nyo, Marvin, saan ka winning ka? Cotton ka, Marvin, di ba? Ako, pera.
Guys, twice ko na narinig yan ngayong araw kasi ngayon na kanya ako.
Kasi totoo.
Yung naman ng Eurotex niya.
Drug money pa.
Yung company ka.
Best investment would be, pwede bang, ano ba, spiritual ba?
Hindi, dapat talagang negosyo talaga.
For me, it was the 1,300 pesos. I started to
Punta Pesio.
put up SEO hacker. I bought the domain name for 500 pesos, the hosting for 800 pesos for 1 year. And I started blogging about SEO kasi I was learning about it during that time. Just tuloy-tuloy lang ako nag-vlog. I got inquiries na from there.
Ngayon, lumalangoy na siya sa pera.
Oh, super.
So, yun. That
So 1.3 now became how much?
2 billion.
1.3.
times 10.
Times 10. How good talaga.
2 billion.
So 1 billion valuation, first Philippine unicorn in the end.
Wala pa.
Okay, anyways. You wanna go first? Actually, hindi ka nagkakaman sa akin.
Kasi ano eh, parang friends na tayo, naging friend natin si Marvin.
Oh, yeah.
Yun yung best investment.
Totoo?
Nakabiduay natin. Tapos,
Nakakrap yung vlog dito. Dito lang yung vlog. Rappable.
Yun naman eh, best investment. Naging kaibigan ka namin. Binobola mo kami araw-araw.
Mataas self-esteem namin.
Then here to bring out the positivity. Oh, go, Jason.
Sa akin siguro, well, it's ironic na we just had a talk kanina. Kasi yung company na yun, I was part of that company. And I left more than a decade ago. And nakita ko yung
Elementary pa kami lang.
nakita ko yung growth ng company. Ngayon, they're selling like more than $1 billion higher. So, even though wala na ako sa company, parang yung nag-uusap na kami ng CEO si Joey, we're part of one group kasi. Sabi niya sa akin, I'm really proud of you where you are now. Sabi ko, no, kayo, huwag niyo akong kalimutan. Nag-ano kami, in other words, Marvin Garamon ng kami.
Wow. Yes, term now.
Parang na-realize ko.
Guys, unsubscribe yun. Unsubscribe. Remove the bell.
Reverse psychology. Na-realize ko lang na if I was still there, I wouldn't probably be a speaker now and doing what I'm doing. So tapos ang ganda lang kasi yung mga ibang mga kasama namin, di ba? Yung isa nasa ano na siya, na may talent company na siya with ABS, si Eric. And then the others, yeah, we're part of one group. And interesting lang no, na nandun yung joy mo seeing other people succeed. And those are the times I wouldn't really discount or forget. Kasi dahil ko natutunan talaga, not just with business, not just with investments, but also with people. Tapos yung mga tao na yun. Hanggang ngayon, kaibigan ko pa rin sila.
Sa akin, I don't know if people know what led me to the stock market. I started investing equity funds first. So yung mga mutual fund, yun. So I started putting money in. Tapos dumating sa point na binabantayan ko siya araw-araw. Pero it allowed me to get my feet wet. I placed money in, was watching my mutual funds every day. So ko, parang since I'm watching it every day, why not invest in the stock directly? And then that's where it started. Started with, I think, 50,000 stock market. And then once I got my feet wet, it's been a decade already of doing it.
Ngayon, lumalaki na siya sa pera.
Hindi naman, siya yung...
Actually guys, yung easy call na stock, tingnan nyo na lang yung white can.
No.
Kasi nandun daw si Marvin here, easy call.
No. I can neither confirm nor deny what this is.
Nakapasok siya doon.
Yun, but the key to that is this sometimes we despise yung kung saan tayo nag-start. Kasi bakit yun? Yung wala man akong background doon. Pero yun pala, it's a platform for us to do what we're doing now.
Amen.
To end this,
the best investments start small.
to end this, in whatever you're doing, even if it's business or investments, you put everything you have into it. Kasi even if you make a mistake, it will lead to the thing, it will be your thing. Kasi
It will lead to the thing, that will be the thing.
It's like the thing.
Of the thing.
Kasi if you do that thing, it will be the thing that will be the thing.
Boom.
Sige, so that's it for now. We feature people who have done it and really want to share their insights and information so that it adds value to you. So that's it. I hope this video helps you trade well, trade strong, trade smart. See you all again soon.
Boom.
Bye-bye.
we're probably going to be able to, at the very least, get something going, get some revenues going. So pivoting is very, very important. People will have to look at how they're going to be earning money, how they're going to go back to revenues. Marvin, again, very important. If people are changing the way they're spending money, we should change the way we're going to earn that money. It's now incumbent upon us to make a bit of adjustments and refinements in the way we do business, in the way we invest, because again, there are people and businesses who will be blessed by what's happening, and there are people who are going to be hard up. And then for that matter, the guys who are on this side, the guys who are going to be going through difficulties and pain, they have to know how to move themselves out of that rut, how to take advantage of it.
Okay guys, we are in again for a very, very, very special treat. You guys have been requesting him since the last video. I think the last video was end of March or early April, and it's been a quarter after that. We have one of the greatest investing minds in this generation. Rex Mendoza is back in our channel. Welcome. And thank you for gracing us again with your presence.
Thank you, Marvin. It's always an honor to be with my idol. Huh? The guy who I learned timing from. You know me, I'm not a market timer, but because of this guy, I was able to refine my approach, which made me a little more money than I regularly do.
Yung comment ng mga tao, there's a lot of DMs that I get, no? Sabi nila, si Mr. Mendoza, hindi niya kailangan mag-timing, kailangan lang niya basta madaming pera, okay na siya. He can always now every time. Before we go to the meat of the topic, icebreaker question. What's your secret sauce when you started out? Kasi everyone sees it na ba't ang galing niya? People wanted to ask, what's in the middle? Paano ka naging sobrang galing?
Wala, hindi galing yon. I think, Marvin, it's really discipline. If I'm going to look back, it's discipline, it's doing it consistently. Because again, people talk about my Jollibee, people talk about my PLDT purchase. All of those things are the multiple bagger investments that I've done. But there are a few losses in between as well. It's just that when you do it very consistently, you just make it snowball. And that's the way to do it. It's really constant. It's really consistent. So much so that over time, it's impossible not to accumulate correctly.
Pangarap ko, the best that I will ever be, hopefully, will be at least 10% of what you accumulated. That's my dream.
You guys are gonna be ahead because I'm not even happy. I was when I was your age. So I'm so sure you guys are gonna be. Ang lamang ko is because of the number of years I've been in the market. But your runways are longer, man. Your runways are longer.
And good, you have a lot of good looks ahead. So yun yung lamang. Now, you wanted to talk about pivoting in this new normal. And when we did the last video that we had, I think it was the start of April, we weren't unsure yet what was gonna happen. We didn't even know how long was the lockdown. So this is a very, very interesting topic. But before that, guys, here's something very interesting. Please stay till the end because Mr. Mendoza has an announcement na magugulat kayo. Madami na sa inyo nagtatanong nun. You have to listen to what that announcement is. I cannot confirm if it's a giveaway, but I'm sure it's something that you will like once you hear it. All right, so new normal. What's it about for businesses?
You know, before we started the real deep quarantine protocols, Marvin, if you remember, you look back at our last video, if they listen to it and they listen to us and they executed on it, they should be making more money now because in that video, we told a lot of people this too will come to pass. There are companies that are going to be good companies through hell or high water. That's the way we positioned it. And that's the reason why many people who followed our advice are probably profiting from that now. However, 2.5 months, 3 months into the quarantine protocols, now we see a lot of clarity. Moving forward, we know that there would be winners, there would be new businesses that can do well. So it's now incumbent upon us to make a bit of adjustments and refinements in the way we do business, in the way we invest. Because again, there are people and businesses who will be blessed by what's happening, and there are people who are going to be hard up. And then for that matter, the guys who are on this side, the guys who are going to be going through difficulties and pain, they have to know how to move themselves out of that rut, how to take advantage of it. So I think that's the topic we have today, and for me, that's very exciting.
I'll start with this. Who is the most affected in all of this?
I think, Marvin, I'm into a lot of things, right? So I have quite a basket of businesses that I partner with friends, I partner with some relatives. So kahit papano, I'm that corporate guy who kind of brings in the experience on the ground. However, because of my involvement in all of those businesses, I will have to admit, some of those are really hard up right now. And most of these are the ones that are in the entertainment, leisure, and the hotel business. So if you're going to be looking at that sector, that's going to be tough. People know I'm a part of the Blue Leaf events group. For 2.5 months, we've been closed. We have been closed. So no revenues whatsoever, but we're trying to keep our people, where we're trying to pay them even if there's nothing happening in the business, because again, it's it's incumbent upon us to take care of our guys, because again, this too will come to pass. And what if the recovery happens? We'd like to be with our good team. Are we just gonna accept the way things are, or are we gonna try and maneuver? If you remember basketball, Marvin, I don't know if our viewers are playing basketball, but when you're taking a shot and someone blocks you, diba? You have an option just to let it go and you get blocked most of the time, or you can actually pivot, get a different perspective, get another angle where your chances for success will be higher. So the challenge for that sector, no, given entertainment, leisure, and all that, no, even the resorts and hotels. How do you now pivot? No, some resorts and hotels, they're now quarantine, partners for the government. So even if the usual guests are not there, they're trying to have a bit of business with government. So instead of being B2C, they're now B2B. And it's the government putting the OFWs, putting the people who should be in quarantine in those areas. In Blue Leaf, we're trying to reconfigure ourselves. We'd like to think about becoming a testing center, and partnering with the DOH, partnering with WHO, so that big corporations can go through Blue Leaf because they're situated in very strategic areas of Metro Manila, in Ortigas, Quezon City, Bay Area, near the MOA arena, and then in McKinley, very close to BGC and Makati. So if we're going to be a testing center for employees and workers, we're probably going to be able to, at the very least, get something going, get some revenues going. So pivoting is very, very important. People will have to look at how they're going to be earning money, how they're going to go back to revenues. Marvin, again, very important. If people are changing the way they're spending money, we should change the way we're going to earn that money. So we will have to know how to reinvent ourselves, know how to pivot so that we can get into the new interests, the new preferences.
While you were saying that, no, I also saw SMX. They're also pivoting. They're now a testing. The whole SMX in MOA is now a testing center, also for corporate testing center. Also, before I think they go back to their offices, test muna doon, then get the clearance, and you can start working again. When you think weddings will come back to normal? Kasi yun yung normal clients for events, weddings, debuts, large conventions. Some people in the catering business naman, they're looking at weddings now for just 20 or 30 people na lang. They haven't really seen those large gatherings, 500 people, 300 people. How do you think it will go?
It will take a bit of time now because, again, until we have the vaccine, until we have the medicine, no, I think people will still be very concerned, especially if you're looking at, the extreme guys who are exposed, the guys with diabetes, with hypertension, senior citizens, no. However, that doesn't mean we're going to be different people. We're very social animals. So if we're going to be looking at how we're involving ourselves in government, how we're going to trying to position all of these restaurants, hotels, and events facilities, including the people who are in the events management space, no? We're trying to coordinate so that, the government can also see us. Like, if we're allowing 50% in fast food joints, in restaurants, then the events places can also allow 50%. So what's happening is, instead of a wedding that's like 200, you can shrink that to 100. There's social distancing. However, the event can still push through. So what happens now is that we're creating packages where people can have half of their guests, but it's a deal where next year, on the first wedding anniversary, you can have another bigger party. So you can still pull through with the event today, maybe in a way smaller scale, but as you celebrate your first anniversary, that's when you're going to be having more of the guests. So it's almost like hitting two birds with one stone. Number one, getting on with your life. You want to get married. Okay, let's get married. Let's get that over and done with. But making sure that as a service provider, it still becomes such a memorable event for them. I mean, how would you want your wedding to have like only 10 people in it, right? You'd really want, your friends to be there. You'd really want people to experience it with you. So what's going to happen is it's going to allow us to somehow manage the event, manage the situation so that we can have the important COVID protocols so that people are safer as they go into these facilities.
If there's one word to put it, I think it's really being creative. in all of this, because if you're creative, who would have thought na pwedeng ganun, no, may part 2 yung wedding one. That's where at least the company gets money coming in for now, and then a larger one later on na medyo at least may guarantee na mangyayari kasi wedding yun. Plus, they still get to enjoy. You have so much insight. So I really hope, guys, comment below if you want Rex Mendoza to have a YouTube channel. I hope meron ka. I just hope meron ka. How do you think about retail naman? I'll segment it to retail food, then retail non-perishables, I guess. Something like that. Clothes, toys.
The way to pivot in those businesses, no, is to see it in different levels. So number one is distribution, meaning how you reach your customers, how you make them pay, because of the new normal, we're going to be taking things very differently. So you really have to become very active on the digitalization of your business. How do you reach them? Before, they go to you, they go to the malls. Now you have to go to them. Now you have to be able to deliver to them. So the logistics part has to be taken into consideration. The payment gateways have to be taken into consideration. So before, if you were just into cash and credit cards, then obviously you're gonna be, more than halving your market. You need to expand this to cover GCash, to cover PayMaya, InstaPay, even direct deduction from bank accounts. So the reach has to be one. Second, product. Marvin, that's why, when we follow the stock market, we also look at all of these players who know how to reinvent. Like, for example, a year ago, can you just imagine Jollibee allowing you to buy frozen Chicken Joy? Unbelievable, right? I mean, who's gonna buy frozen Chicken Joy? Now, we see that to be a direct contributor to their revenue, because people who don't want to go to a fast food joint can actually have that Chicken Joy frozen delivered to their house so that they can cook it. So again, it's addressing the same need through a very different kind of product. Okay, so even gyms today, remember gym. The gym, you go to the gym before, you work out, that physical consciousness is there. Now, people are more physically conscious. However, they don't want to go to gyms. So the need now is to be able to give them and furnish them the equipment so that they can do all of these things in the house. Plus, a personal trainer who can be in Zoom, a personal trainer who can be there without being there physically. So the person can still, exercise, can still have this workout and have the same experience, although be given and delivered in a very, very different way.
For the past visits that I had in the mall, there were longer lines in hardware stores, hardware stations, where people would buy, stuff to make them comfortable at home. People are shoring stuff na alam nilang baka hindi talaga sila lalabas for a very long time. That's why they have to buy more stuff to make them comfortable. And this is what I've seen also, that a lot of people na magta-travel this year, they still have that travel budget. It's not used. So it's just shifting from the money that should have gone to airlines, resorts, it's shifting to those gym equipments, probably that lazy boy or that chair that you can use while you're working from home. But the spending will also be there.
I agree with you. Now people are looking at, again, giving that level of comfort to themselves. And even my wife and I think, Marvin, all of us, you'll be making this type of realizations. Before, we let things be as long as they work. Now, what will I use this money for? Why can't I buy the top-notch machines, the top-notch gadgets? Because now, it's very important to be effective in what we do. So, we get to do you know that today, even Power Mac Center is even delivering gadgets now. Can you imagine that before? I mean, that's happening. So, I guess the drive for business is to analyze where the real heart and soul is, because a pivot, it doesn't mean a change in vision. The vision is the same. The meaning of pivot is a basic change in strategy. I have seen some of my friends who are in the rice business who have turned things around so that now they're now, instead of B2C, they're now B to B2C. So again, the pivot happens, and then look at where the benefit is. And I get to realize when I was watching a lot of these videos that YouTube was originally a dating channel.
Oh, I didn't know that.
But because the people who were dating at that time uploaded a lot of videos. They realized they can actually make more money by being a video uploading site. Flickr was an online game.
Oh.
All of it came from an online game because everyone were allowed to upload pictures, and they realized, oh, no one's playing the game, but everyone's uploading pictures. Why don't we become an uploading, a photo uploading site? All I'm saying is this, Marvin, people now have to realize, okay, we fell into water. When you fall into water, you don't drown. You drown by staying submerged in water. So people survive by having their heads above water. However, there are other people like Marvin Hermo who fell in water and are frolicking in the water. I know, Marvin, because of the volatility of this market, you're earning more money than before. Come on, let's admit it. You have the acumen to be able to do that. So the volatility helps you. So Marvin is not just surviving on the water. He's frolicking in the water. So choice yan, ladies and gentlemen. Are you going to survive? Are you going to drown? Or are you going to make the most out of it? I think it's a choice that we all need to make.
When you mentioned that when you fall, you don't drown when you fall in the water, you drown because you choose to stay there. Amazing. Comment below if you feel that way also. You really deserve a YouTube channel, guys. Pilitin natin Mr. Rex Mendoza to have his own YouTube channel. How about people naman na they're selling discretionary tapos high-end?
People will still buy them. And I'll tell you, even today, they're buying them. It's quite clear because this weekend, I went to New Valley. We're not yet in the open situation, not yet the modified GCQ. We're still in GCQ. But do you know the kind of line that I saw in Nike in Paseo de Santa Rosa? The line was so long. So all I'm telling you is this, and I go back to that other video that we shared together before this long quarantine. What did I say? It's human nature. You cannot take that away from human nature, that they would go for products like that they would reward themselves with great brands, and they're always going to be looking up to those. Now, some people will be more fragile, they would be more minimalist in their lifestyle. Fine. But there are guys who will continue to buy. Now, the important thing is this. How do you now make them buy? They can make it easy for a person. And if you want, to get that delivered to your place, then you can also do so. Now, people are going to say, no, people are not going to have that. Wrong. They are buying. You can just imagine the type of gadgets, the type of bags that have been bought recently. Ang problema, paano ka bibilin if you not make it possible? But the guys who are making it possible, I'm not going to say they're selling as much as before. That's a different story. All I'm saying is their sales are not zero. Their sales are not zero. And that's the reason why, I'll equate this again to the stock market, because people are saying, for example, real estate companies, they're not going to be selling. The demand for residential apartments are not going to be there. The condos demand would not be there. No. Real estate companies that are very engaged, that are very forward-looking, they're casting a wider net. They're inviting people like you, people like me, people like Randall. We're speaking to like 2,000, 3,000 people. Guess what happens? Out of 2,000 people, there would be at the very least 40 to 50 people who are interested. Before, they talk to 200 people, and out of 200 people, 40 or 50 will be interested. So what's happening here? They're casting a wider net to find the customers, the clients who can be ready. So most of these brands, and I know that you know who the leaders are anyway, they have sales. April was almost zero, but May was strong, and June is getting to be strong as well. So these are the real estate companies that are kind of recovering, so to speak. But again, ang drag doon is still their mall development. I mean, obviously, the retail side, the malls, are not yet up to speed. But offices, their logistics businesses, that's doing very, very well.
So we have stock update of a large conglomerate in this video. Siguro people had the need also to spend it kung nasa bahay ka for 3 months, and then one of the top videos always across the board in YouTube are sneakers. That's why siguro Nike, when you said that a lot of people were buying, it's because it's become part of the culture already. There's a lot of people collecting rubber shoes and sneakers as well. You mentioned about real estate, no? I wanted to talk about people who bought properties, who bought condos with the very intention that they wanted to lease it out or they wanted to Airbnb it. And you mentioned at the start of this that the tourism industry will take a hit. And people who rent Airbnbs are the ones that are traveling. And since there's not much foreign arrivals right now, whoever bought those Airbnb units are not earning as much. How can they pivot?
People earn more from Airbnb because they're short term and you can actually charge a higher amount per day. And if you're into a kind of activity where there would be a very few number of days within a month when your units are vacant, then you earn a lot more. However, since that's not going to be present for you, what you need to do is change again, focus on the clientele, change your customers. I've seen a lot of customers from Airbnb to, from that, very temporary lodging type of business. They've offered their units for longer stay business, like 6 months, 1 year. They discounted it just to be able to have the cash flow. Because the problem here is this: if you've actually borrowed to get those units, you have to have the cash flow to match up with the payments that you're going to make. And if you're going to be waiting for the tourism industry to rise and come back, that might be too long. So it's very, very important that you now shift. There's a lot of demand right now because there are people who are outside, okay? They want to go to their offices. But the risk of traveling every day right now, commuting, is very, very dangerous. You can get hit with a virus. But if you're gonna live close to the office, to the condo, close to the business center, your risks are low. And guess what? You have the benefit of time. You have the amount of rest that you can take because you have the free time. But what you can do is you have 2 or 3 friends with you to occupy the same studio or 1 bedroom that you can share. So what happens now? You now shift your clientele to the quick in and out type of client, tourist, to a not so transient, but monthly or, as I've said, 6 months to a year type of contract, lower amount of revenue, but still an assured cash flow so that you can pay your amortizations, so that you are afloat. It's really up to you to get your level of activity. Again, shift in consumers, shift in market, but very importantly, just continuously sell your services. No? Very important that you don't go down in terms of activity, because I guess the challenge, Marvin, is this: pushing activity so that you change your performance, or just willowing with the anxiety and the pain and saying, why did this happen to me? It's that spectrum where you will have to make that kind of a more proactive type of view, proactive type of perspective.
I know there's a lot of people here who are real estate investors and you have units. There's always a way, no? And you can do whatever was mentioned here. At least para may pumapasok. I guess you won't earn as much as what it was last year, but as long as may pumapasok and it helps you pay for that amortization. And I like what you said in the previous video. Now is the time not to think about profits. Now is the time to think about liquidity, that as long as you have cash, you will be able to stand in this time, and then when all of this is over, you will come out running. Then that's when you think about profits. Speaking of profits, by the time we're making this video, this is the second day of the Merrimart IPO. How will grocery chains, retail establishments, convenience stores be moving forward? I know they've been very, very strong because yun yung kailangan ng tao. But if you are an owner of that, or you are an investor of that via the stock market, or you want to start your own business connected to that, is there any pivoting needed still? Or as long as they know what they're selling is essential, people will just flock to them?
No, I guess the space will be the blessed sector, so to speak. We all know that. But you will also notice it's getting more and more competitive now. When you look at the retail space now, there are two big trends. No, number one is the big players like the Pure Foods of the world, FNBs, the URCs, all of those, right? And then the outlets like the retails, the Pure Gold. If you're going to be looking at that, those are your big names, and those are gonna be your, let's just say, national competitors. For them, it's the convenience, the price, okay, and how fast they can make those deliveries. That's very, very important to them. However, there's another trend on the other side. That's the localization part. People now are pushing, within a certain barangay, within a certain location or geography in the market, sila na nagpo-produce. I'll tell you, Plush Villages here in Makati, you don't have to go out to a restaurant. You don't even have to cook food. Every lunch or dinner, you can actually order from another house, making more food, not just for their family, but for other houses. So you can actually buy. These guys don't need to operate restaurants. They just have to be good cooks with the ingredients, and they're offering their fare to a very localized market. So these are the two trends that follow now. You will now see specialization on this side, but focus on a certain geography, and economies of scale on this side where they can really get into bulk deliveries, good prices and all that stuff. So that would be the challenge for the future. And how you're going to operate in between the two, what selection you can make, is now for you to decide. But because it's really the essentials, we cannot really get away from it. Talagang that's the sector that will grow a lot. Medium term, I guess, hands down, that is going to be the one that's blessed moving forward. It's just that, Marvin, I think I missed out on Mary Mart, right? I mean, I'm open about it. I missed out on that. I don't regret missing out on that. But, somehow I'd really love to see them deliver on the kind of optimism that's reflected on the price. That's another story. But, my view of the retail essential, there are a lot of options that are cheaper for the moment. So I just elect to siguro nga at my age I'm a little more risk averse probably. So I'll probably stick to the performers for the moment.
But the ongoing joke kasi is if you enter Mary Mart daw, hindi nagagalaw, the liquidity will be sapped out of the market already.
Pero you're looking at what? 7 operating stores, and the market cap is now 16 billion. Let's say anything wrong with the guy who's running it. I think a lot of people are buying the brand also. The brand behind the person and the person behind the brand. Sometimes that can also be quite a big sum to pay, because if someone really has track record, then people can bet money on them, right?
In the US, people are investing in Tesla not because it's just Tesla, not just because it's electronic cars. What you're paying for is Elon Musk also. So something I think something connected to that also. That's how people can put a parallel on that. I just wanted to ask this, super curious. When you say people were selling localized, let me guess, Viber yan, no? Ang dami na nagbebenta via Viber. Those Viber groups, people have been making a lot of money from Viber.
Meron na nga Viber for restaurants, Viber for retail, Viber for medical, And then there are also Viber groups for villages. So there are a lot of all of these. So hindi ka lalayo talaga. Just with that, they can even deliver. They can, and then the prices are good.
This has been a trend before this. People call it cloud kitchen. But I think this is pushing cloud kitchen further. Wala ka ng physical brick and mortar store. You just make everything in the kitchen, then have it delivered. Now, before we go with Mr. Mendoza's grand announcement that will shock all of you, since we're talking about pivoting, I want to go full circle. How about the ones naman that people have been fired from their jobs, people have been redundated, or freelancers that really lost business? They're an events host, wala masyadong events. They're a lights and sound producer, etc. for large scale events also, or they work in a tour or a shipping company. They're the ones that are hit. How can they pivot their life? How can they pivot their finances? Because as of now, we're 3 months in. There's a lot of people who are sad, who are depressed, and there's a lot of anxiety, not knowing how will they pay for their loans, how will they pay for their bills, and how can they at least move forward from this? And you're the best guy to answer this question.
So you really have to look at the kind of perspective you're taking into this situation. If you're gonna feel that you're such a loser and that, this is the pain and suffering that you have to go through, I mean, that's not going to be very productive, right? So again, we lost a job. So how can we earn income? We will have to look at other ways because, again, our talent can be needed somewhere. There's obviously something we can do to earn money. It's all a matter of being involved. It's all a matter of being out there looking for it. There are online jobs, onlinejobs.ph. There's Upwork, and I'll tell you, some companies are looking for people. Some companies are looking for people, especially on the sales side. There are types of people who can actually get engagements today and get paid well for selling the products of people all over the internet, online as well, face-to-face, on Zoom meetings, on all of these, Microsoft Teams, different platforms. But the way I see this is really a matter of conviction. Okay, so I tell a lot of people, don't you get to notice all of these crises can be very unique. They can be very unique. But there's a thin line that cuts through all of them, and that is this: that they're all followed by a recovery. Now, if we get followed by a recovery, who will you be? Will you be a better person than the person who entered this crisis? What have you done within the quarantine period? Did you watch all the entertainment, Netflix, Korean novelas, or did you re-equip yourself, reinvent yourself? Watch videos of Marvin Hermo, right? Understand money, understand stocks, then become better, become, more attuned to building up wealth rather than just, entertaining yourself and ending a day where you're just the person who you were the day before. So I'm looking at how we're utilizing this to be better, no? And I cannot help this, Marvin. I don't know if I shared this with you. ABF times 3. Whenever I'm in a crisis from the 90s, I've always taken this to my head. 3. ABF times 3. Accept the brutal facts. We're here. We're in a crisis. We have to deal with it. How do I deal with it? Okay? And I guess, quite frankly, I can say this directly. People like you, people like Randall, we probably earn more than before the quarantine. Be honest with me. You will earn more from this volatility, right? So, when you accept the brutal facts, you don't deny it, then you frolic and swim on it. Number 2, if after you accept the brutal facts, ABF number 2, anticipate a brighter future. Times will change. The sun will come out. So what happens after that? You're going to start from square one? Or are you going to be running today so that when the gates open, you have the momentum? And lastly, third ABF. So the first, accept the brutal facts, anticipate a brighter future. Number 3, act with bold faith. Act with bold faith. The way to deal with this is to arm ourselves with enough conviction that we have to be better moving forward. So what are the other things to do? There are so many sources of income. Get yourself to any particular source. Don't even check how much you're going to earn from this engagement, how much you're going to earn from that. This gig economy will happen. And if you can come up and collect more and more gigs as you go through with it, why not? So anticipate a brighter future, but act with bold faith. Do it now. So again, listen to the people you need to listen to. Pag makikita mo kasi sa Viber, yung mga parang you get more depressed eh. And then you get surprised why, you're reacting negatively, why your emotions are down. It's also because of what you absorb. It's also because of what you absorb. But if you absorb the right things, then you can act the right way. It's plain and simple. It's that.
We talk a lot about diversification in asset class. But one thing people must do based on everything we talked about here is also diversification on cash flow. Kasi kung madami kang sources, if you lose 6 and then may 6 ka pa, it's enough to keep you afloat also. It's enough to help you. And while you were talking, you said that this volatility will be better for us. I just got reminded that if I did not dabble into the US markets, the US markets kasi have been, at least in my investing, has been better this year than the Philippine markets in general. That's where you can fit those investments together to see what will do better for you. But amazing. Act with bold faith. And last thing that I got from that, no, wag na puro Netflix. It's time that we shift from Netflix to Rexflix. Dito na tayo sa Rexflix. Watch a lot of Rexflix. Which brings me to Mr. Rex Mendoza's grand announcement. So everyone waited for this. What is this? What is this? I'm so excited to hear about this.
Marvin, again, first of all, thank you so much for this opportunity. Because alam niyo, ang idol dito talaga si Marvin. And you know how generous this guy is. No? He's willing for me to do this. You know, some people who are very successful would like to keep a very, you know, close-minded control of their assets. But Marvin is sharing all of you with me. I'd really like to make this announcement, no, that not really me, but me and my organization, Ramper Financials, now would have a YouTube channel. No, Ramper Financials has a YouTube channel. It complements exactly what Marvin talks about. Marvin is focused on certain areas to make your lives better, to make your money generation and earnings much better. So we get to deal with a more conceptual side. So para buong-buo yung tinatawag nating asset classes. No? We enlighten a lot of people on the conceptual, on other products like insurance, healthcare, mutual funds, all those other types. Because we cannot, you know, deal with this just being in the stock market or just being in real estate. So ang maganda dito, mapag-aralan natin lahat and how we can put things together. Now, as we started that channel, we got ourselves into, and I guess very important, ililink ko lang doon sa pinag-usapan, sources of income. Because again, this new series that we just launched is the 5 simple steps to wealth creation. And the first step is actually expanding your income potential. And in that particular video, I talked about the 7 streams of income that you can put into your life. The problem, ladies and gentlemen, today, for many Filipinos is this: isa lang ang source of income. You know, our parents told us, study in school, get good grades, para pagkatapos you get a job. And then yung job mo, isa lang ang source of income mo. And then from that source of income, you spend it in many avenues. It should be the other way around. You should have more sources of income, very little in terms of avenues of expenses. So you can really build up wealth. Again, I thank Marvin for being, you know, generous enough to allow me to do this. Ramper Financials, it's our channel in YouTube. Predominantly, it's gonna be my face. You're gonna see there. But I have colleagues, no, Joe Fernando, Sila Mangune, Jason Gutierrez. All of the Ramper personalities will be there, and we hope to be able to share things with you that can help you grow moving forward.
So guys, tawid na tayo after this video. I'll put the link in the description. Click that. Let's make them hit 10,000 subscribers quickly, very, very fast. Tapos kung kailangan nyo mag-unsubscribe sa akin, okay lang, lipat na lang kayo. You will learn more from Mr. Rex Mendoza and the whole Ramper team. Para sa akin, sulit, no? Rex said 7 streams or 5 sources of cash flow. Kung lalagyan ko ng number 1 yun, step number 1, listen to Rex Mendoza. That's dapat number 1 on your list of techniques on how to do it. Can I ask one more question? You mentioned about mutual fund na rin. And since we're talking about pivoting, we did not talk about this. How should people pivot for those who own mutual funds? And then we'll end the video with that.
For mutual funds, I don't want people to time the market, Marvin. We do that for actual stocks. But for mutual funds, the real pivot is just to make sure that you use your timeline to peso cost average. No? And if you're going to be putting money on it, the good part about it is that you have a whole slew of mutual funds to choose from. So if Marvin, you'll agree with me, you know, the bond funds are good places to park in the meantime because there is no holding period anyway. You can earn a bit of fixed income on your bond fund and you can make that switch when the dust clears. So very important for the guys who are in mutual funds, most of us are going to be so equity position, no? So all I'm saying is you might want to be able to balance that off with fixed income. The number 1 performing bond fund today on the medium term scenario, not just mutual fund space, even UITFs. Combine all that. The number 1 performer, Marvin, is the Soldivo bond fund. So, you know, for as low as 1,000 pesos, people can invest there and build up their base over time.
So guys, pakagat pa lang yan. Talking about pivot na kayo sa Ramper na site. I'll also put the link below for those who want to go to the actual Ramper site and know more about it. But yeah, subscribe to Ramper's channel, and yun, I hope you guys got a lot from this. Bihira lang to. I hope that this won't be the last for the year, no?
Of course not.
I hope that you guys got a lot from this. And as usual, if you guys have any questions, please put them in the comment section so that we can make that for the next video. And if you're learning a lot from this, put the hashtag RexFlix so that we know that this is something that added value to all of you. So, Mr. Rex Mendoza, thank you so much for having us. And to everyone, I hope this video helps you trade well, trade strong, trade smart. See you all again soon, guys. And God bless you all. The headquarters of SEO Hacker. Sobrang galing. Sobrang galing. So, their studio pala. Galing, no? Nakaya talaga mukha, pag si Sean kasama natin, sobrang yaman niya. So, ako, kahit saan lang ako nagve-video siya, ibang klase. So, this is a sneak peek of their podcast as well. So, first time, I don't know kung may manunod nito, but yun lang. Enjoy.
Siyempre meron.
Hindi.
I
don't know.
Malakas
I
ang
don't
idol
know.
natin. Master Marvin Guillermo. Let me know pag rolling.
Rolling in the deep. So, I just moved this. No?
Rolling.
Rolling.
Alright.
Do you want me to face anywhere? Or wala naman? Or tayo lang nag-
Wala naman. You can look from time to time sa video.
Okay.
That's
I got you.
Otherwise,
I got you.
we can
Okay.
look at each other. No problem. Yun yung wide angle yung Osmo Pocket.
Grabe.
The sophistication of that.
Isipin mo yung setup ko
Hindi.
compared doon sa pinakita mo sa akin.
Kumpara sa akin.
Sobrang
Anong iPhone?
sobrang
iPhone
simple
lang.
oh.
iPhone, no? Okay lang.
Oh, pero 80,000 subscribers.
Guys, parang awa nyo na.
Takas.
Subscribe. Road to 100K.
All right. So hey guys, watching from live. This is also the first time that I'm going YouTube live. Na nakasabit lang naman ako kay Master Marvin, no? But we're actually recording a podcast session right now, which will be launching maybe a week or two from now. We're on Spotify. The podcast is Leadership Stack. So actually, if you go on your Spotify right now, Spotify account, you search Leadership under podcasts category, you'll find us in the number 3 spot. I think number 1 is John Maxwell. Number 2 is Craig Rochelle, if I'm not mistaken. So Leadership Stack is at number 3. And we talk about leadership, management, and entrepreneurship. So to start, good morning, Mr. Marvin Guillermo, the master, the millionaire, Mr. Stock Smarts.
Unang-una, nagpapasalamat ako. Ang ganda ng lighting nyo. Medyo pumuti ako dito. So, nagkapag-asa ako. Nagpapasalamat ako sa mga nakaka-invento ng ganito kasi, yun eh. Hindi pabor sa akin pag pangit yung lighting kundi.
Malamig ba? Kasi kayo naka-shirt ka lang, nag-jacket kayo.
Hindi naman. Syempre, you have to dress well when you're in front of someone super
Baka
rich. Guys,
t-shirt nga lang
comment
ako
below
eh.
if you think super rich. Fancy.
Okay. First question, bago tayo man.
Parang vlog ko, no?
If I'm a business owner,
Mm.
should I trade my own stocks? And the context is this. It's my first 5 years in business.
Mm.
Figuring things out. I'm having firefighting issues
Mm.
with my clients, with my personnel inside my organization. Culture is not yet that intact. My sales team is not yet that good. There are problems within and without. Do you suggest me to be a trader or investor?
Okay, the stock market kasi is, unbeknownst to many, people always think that when you go into the stock market, they will always say that this is the mold, this is how you make money, this is what you do, you watch this for a specific time, you use technical analysis to trade. But the way to be effective in the stock market is you have to do what what you're good at. The stock market's still like any business, like any craft, it's still skill based. So meaning, if at that point in time in your business, you cannot watch it every day, or you cannot have the time to actually do the due diligence and study and analyze your stocks at this point in time, baka it might be better to be more passive. It might be better to buy stocks with high dividends. It might be better to buy stocks that are cheap. But it depends on the level of studying that they do. Meaning, if nag-aral sila, tapos nakita nila, kailangan ko lang pala bantayan to every day for 5 minutes, or I only need to spend once a week, every weekend, to check if the stock is still good. Kasi, especially if you're an investor, it does not take, the fundamentals of the company does not change in a weekly basis, does not change in a monthly basis. So it depends on who they are, it depends on what their style is, and it depends on how often. You can define that kasi. So if dividend investor ka lang, you are after the dividends. As long as the dividends are there, baka hindi mo kailangan bantayan every day. Baka every 6 months mo lang kailangan tignan kasi hindi naman mag-change yun basta-basta. As long as you know na dividend investor mo, as long as they give the dividends, and as alam ko nag-grow yung company, I will have additional earnings year on year still. So they can treat it like business ako, tratuhin ko yung stock market na para kung time deposit. Something like that. It will be like my time deposit that kung binalikan ko siya later on, may potential siya, totoo yun na mas mababa siya, may potential pa rin siya na mas mataas siya. Pero, here's the thing. If they have other business sources and they will not touch the money on year number 2, as long as the company is good, for sure on year number 13, 15, 18, it will be much, much better than what it was nung nag-start sila, provided the fundamentals are good.
Yep. So, follow-up question on that. You mentioned dividend investor 6 months. I think for a lot of business owners who are in that same scenario, and we have a lot of entrepreneurs, we have a lot of startups, especially here in the Philippines, the past 5 years, we've born a lot of startups in the country, in the metro.
Because of you.
No,
Sobrang inspiring
because of these founders, they're risk takers, they're the backbone of our economy, small to medium business owners. Now, the question is, 6 months dividends sounds really good. What are some of the companies top of mind that provide that much, provide a good return on dividends without having to worry about them for that long a time?
Okay, before that pala, baka, minsan kasi sinasabi ko to na madali lang siyang gawin kasi ito lang yung ginagawa ko, puro stocks lang talaga. What I realized also was this: pag may problema ka sa negosyo, and I mentioned this while we were offline, there were some investments na businesses na pasok ako, pero I don't care about the operations. If you care about the operations, like for example, we had sa barbershop business, I'm not just an investor, pero I have my input on the operations. There was a time talaga na for 3 months, sobrang kailangan siya pag-isipan ng mabuti. And yung mental strain nun, parang pagdating mo sa bahay, parang titingnan ko ba yung stocks ko, ganun. And baka ganun yung inisip ng ibang business owner. It may take just a few minutes, pero your focus is not there. So I get what you're trying to say in that regard. So to answer your question about dividends, syempre they would still need to study the companies that they would look at. Pero the simplest way for them to spot the dividend companies is they just have to find consistency. Meaning, 5 years ago, nagbigay ba siya ng dividend? The year after that, nagbigay ba siya? The year after that, nagbigay ba siya? The year after that, nagbigay ba siya? If the dividends is consistent, that's a good sign already. Not just that. If the dividends is consistent and increasing, that's even better. Kasi meaning, may kita sila, pero hindi lang sila nag-grow, hindi lang sila nag-expand. May sobra silang kita na bumabalik sa company, and in the same way, they can bring back more. So, there's so many parameters that they can look at. No? Kasi sa stock market, when you do dividend investing, may tinatawag na dividend yield. It's the proportion of the price that you buy the stock versus yung pinaka-dividend na makukuha mo. So if they don't want to go that technical, they just look at, am I buying a company in an industry that's growing? Is this company beating out the competition? Is the income growing? And if while the income is growing, is it consistent in its dividends? If it's consistent, okay na. And while I'm saying this, they don't even have to watch 30 companies. They can just focus on 1 or 2. Yun lang titignan nila. Then balikan na lang nila. So if they're super busy, probably sabihin nila every quarter or every time may holiday na tignan nila Holy Week, then tignan nila Araw ng Kalayaan, then tignan nila, I don't know, yung Muslim holiday ng August, ano ba yun, yung Eid, then tignan nila Pasko, 4 times a year, ganun lang. So, yun.
So, good fundamentals you mentioned about what stocks to follow. Sorry, why you follow these kinds of stocks na dapat consistent yung dividends. But just a quick takeaway for some of our listeners. What are some of those?
Okay.
companies?
Number one, I've been saying this over and over. I like Globe. Kasi Globe consistent yung 91 pesos per share for the past few years. Tapos yung stock price nagbibigay pa ng appreciation. The reason why I also say look for companies that are growing kasi yung mga, kunyari, you bought certain stocks like Ayala Land and Jollibee and SM Prime, mababa sila magbigay ng dividends. Pero, for example, you bought Jollibee a decade ago at 50 pesos or 35 pesos, yung dividend niya in proportion to the price that you bought it. Now that it's 200 pesos na, the dividend has also gone up. So para siyang, the way they should look at it is basically this. Kung binili nila ngayon yung stock na yun, kahit mababa yung dividends na yun, like the three that I said, mababa yun. But if they look at it from a 10-year horizon, para siyang condominium na every year nagtataas sila ng upa. Yung rental income mo, yun yung dividends mo. If they want naman to earn from dividends this year, the ones that have been good historically, SPC, which is a power company, GMA7, which has been consistent, pero I just like to err on the side of caution sa GMA7 because I don't know if that will still be consistent 5 years from now kasi everything is shifting towards podcasts, towards YouTube, and people are getting a slice of the pie of their earnings also. So it's high historically, but I don't know if that's the case 3, 4, 5 years from now. One bet that they can have is yung mga energy companies. Meralco is historically much better than time deposits, much better than bonds still. Or kung sobrang busy sila, they just buy the preferred shares. There was 120, and then I only got, I think, one preferred share last year. It was the Phoenix preferred share. It was 7+%. So it's still better than bonds. It's still better than time deposits, and it's still better than other rates of return as well. Pero I've been posting about this regularly ngayon na if they just want something that's very fixed, tapos very zero risk, tapos higher amounts of return than some stocks na Pag-ibig MP2. It's not talked about as much, pero kahit ako hindi ko siya pinapansin before kasi kala ko yung Pag-ibig MP2, kala ko may cap, meaning hindi ka pwede maglagay ng malaki. Yun, limitless. You can put as much as you can. Alam mo gano'n siya kaganda? There was a year nagbigay sila 8.4% na dividends. So, yung when you give your money...
Is it a stock?
No. It's a program by Pag-ibig. When I say Pag-ibig, alam ko, pag sinabing Pag-ibig, Love Life, inisip mo. Yung Pag-ibig na, yung SS, yung alam mo guys, Shansi, sobrang malakas sa Pag-ibig yan eh. Totoo. What's this? Yun, MP2, basically, when you give your money to them, Pag-ibig has more money that they can loan out to people who want to get houses. So it's actually better also that pag nagbigay ka ng pera, natutulungan mo yung mga kababayan natin. Okay ba pag Tagalog sa podcast?
Yes.
So natutulungan mo yung mga kababayan natin na walang bahay. So at least they have funding for them to be able to loan out money. And there was a year na 8.4%, there was a year na 7% yung dividends. And here's a clincher, tax-free. If you buy preferred shares, 10% tax. If you buy bonds, 20% tax. Yun nga lang, yung kailangan lang nila ma-figure out dito is, sa MP2, you cannot touch it for 5 years. So this has to be money that pag linagay mo doon, di mo siya gagawin for 5 years.
Right.
Yun.
And how early on was this open to the public?
I think matagal na eh. Oh, matagal na kasi when I started making the video, ang dami nagko-comment doon. Thank you for making this video kasi matagal ko na kino-convince yung mga kaibigan ko. I've been doing this for the past 8 years. I've been doing this for this time also. It's not just talked about as much also, but it's really good. It's as of now, I could say that as of January 2020, it's really good. It's really good.
How much of an interest or a percentage is a good investment for you? 6% good already, 8%.
Okay. Depende yun sa objective mo. If your objective is just to have cash flow, anything that's fixed na medyo di naman fixed na guaranteed is okay already. So if you want cash flow, if you beat the bond rate of the government, I think that's okay already. Or if you also beat inflation. If you're after growth, ibang story yun. The benchmark for a lot of people is the PSEI. So the PSEI last year was not as attractive. MP2 even beat the PSEI last year. So my benchmark all the time will always be the PSEI, because that means that if I beat the PSEI, it means that I beat most of the mutual funds out there also. So ganun lang. Kasi not all the time, kasi people have this misconception that the market will give me, kunyari naka 100% sila in 1 year, kala nila 100% ulit sila this year. But there will be sometimes talaga na it won't be that way. Even Warren Buffett also, parang a lot of the good investors, when you get their compounded growth rate for a stretched period of time, wala naman makakuha ng 100% year on year, they're getting 100%, because there will be years that it's bad also. That's why I've been saying to people, you cannot focus your money just on growth. There has to be, when you're making money off of it, lipat mo na sa magbibigay sa'yo ng cash flow, para on the years where the market isn't so good, you still have pambalanse na stocks that will also protect you, or you get another asset class, or you invest in another market. Pwedeng stocks pa rin siya. I said this to you when we were offline. My US stocks were very, very good last year. The Philippine stocks were also okay, good. Pero since the US market, they've been hitting all-time highs, nadamay din ako doon. Yung mga tech stocks, saka McDonald's did well last year. So things like that.
In spite of all the health,
they're also dabbling na on
movements,
they're also dabbling na on mga healthy, tsaka I think may mga plant-based na rin silang.
talaga.
Oo, kasi doon naman yung
Wow.
pivot na eh. Doon na rin yung pivot ng mga tao.
People are waking up to a lot of cancer, no?
And they're shifting, di ba, McCafe, they're also going into the coffee shop space also. So when we say McDonald's, it's not just the traditional McDonald's, although their bread and butter still is McDonald's, but I think they're also positioning already for the future. Parang similar to I was supposed to make a vlog about this, pero nasa ako noon, SM Aura, I went to National Bookstore. Pagpasok ko, I was shocked na out of the space, parang 1/5 na lang yung books. So, so you see, national books are also pivoting that they don't have any books anymore. They're more office supplies, school supplies na eh.
So how does that impact authors like us?
Ako? For authors,
Yeah.
I think they might be disrupted. But for people who publish their own work, it doesn't affect those persons. Kasi there's other ways eh. Shopee is still there eh. So if you're just the one writing, well, ano talaga, the one who creates the most value and knows how to pivot will always win. So if you know how to pivot, it shifts and it changes eh. You will still make money off of it. So yeah.
Follow-up question about the growth percentage. So you mentioned kanina, basta you're beating inflation.
For cash flow.
For cash flow. So, and you're also a growth investor plus cash flow investor. Inflation is how much? 5%, 6%?
No. Last year it was may time na below 1 pa siya, if I remember it correctly. So
yeah,
inflation
pero
was,
for the entire year though, it's more than that, right?
lesser than 5. We're not. If you're talking about 2018, it was above 5. Pero we're talking about 2019, sobrang baba niya last year.
Right.
It was super. All of the scary things about inflation in 2018, wala siya lahat ng 2019. Yung naghinder lang sa market umakyat was number 1, yung trade war between the US and China, which is something external. Then at the end of the year, lahat ng mga Manila Water, Manila, napapasara ko kayo, ganun. So it had a contagion in the market, ganun siya.
Grabe, apektado ako doon.
So
yung stocks ko lahat bagsak.
And hindi lang yun. It affected also the general things like that kasi may effect yun sa mga investors kasi foreign investors in particular kasi yung laro doon, Indonesia, Philippines, Thailand, Vietnam, almost the same eh. May ganito ka sa Philippines. Walang ganyan sa Vietnam. Saan ko lalagay pera ko? We have to look at it that way also. It's not just us. There are other people around the world also that pwedeng paglagyan ng pera.
Right. And foreign investors' money makes up majority of our PSEI. So with that, let's shift a little bit to Manila Waters and all of these water companies here. Do you think their contracts will be renewed?
I don't know eh. A lot of people are asking me that. This is not kasi connected na already on how the company performs eh. This is something that is out of, parang kumbaga kung meron kang outlier, it's an outlier kasi may kontrata eh. Tapos tatanggalin mo yung kontrata eh. So I don't know. So it could possibly go a couple of ways. Number 1, you are thinking that 2022, someone else will win, safe sila, things will revert back to normal, you invest right now. If you think that hindi siya, you want to wait for things to get better, you don't stay in cash right now and then you wait for the better disclosures to happen.
Yeah.
Or if you think it really won't get better, you better be in cash and put your money elsewhere. So that's how you can actually spin it. That's how you can actually analyze it also. Tapos, yun eh, I don't know. It's hard to see what will happen as of this point in time. Pero what I do know is this. Just looking at their earnings last year and this year, yung kontrata naman mag-end ng 2022 eh. So MPI at 4.5 pesos was already grossly undervalued. At 4.5 nag-below 3 pesos siya last year eh. At 4.5 pesos, MPI is, and I've been saying this in a lot of videos, MPI basically is Meralco, Maynilad, toll roads, hospitals. Add all of that up, that's the value of MPI. Pero ito yung interesting. Meralco alone in MPI is already worth 4.5 pesos. So, yung toll roads, yung hospitals, plus Maynilad is already all bonuses.
Right.
Yung scared lang yung mga tao is basically this. Hospitals, toll roads, Meralco, Maynilad, yung tatlong huli kong sinabi, all government regulated. So people are scared na baka after water, the electricity and the toll roads might come next also.
Right.
Yun.
So it's more
But-
of sentiment.
business, and we've got to be able to have a good way to address issues as they come up, and not these kind of stereotypical way of we're going to discuss the heck out of all these symptoms around it, never get to the root cause, never solve anything.
Hey guys, welcome back to the Leadership Stack Podcast, the podcast for entrepreneurs by entrepreneurs to increase your leadership, teamwork, and profits. This is your host, Sean C., aka Mr. CEO at 22. Hey guys, welcome back to the show. We are here again on Leadership Stack, and today we have a special guest for you all the way from around the world. It is morning here. It's around 8:30 a.m. and Jeff is all the way on the other side of the world. It's nighttime where he is. We have Jeff Chastain, founder and business coach and EOS implementer. And we're going to be talking about what EOS is because that's the first time I've ever encountered that term. He is the EOS implementer at Admentus Inc., which is his own company. And he is doing a fantastic job. This guy cares about his clients like you and I all should. And he also came from an employee jumping point, which a lot of us also came from. We were employed for X number of months, for X number of years, and suddenly we found problems, we found an itch we should scratch, or we just kind of realized that we're not growing and finally jumped ship. Without further ado, Jeff, thank you so much for being here in the show today.
No problem. Thank you for having me out.
All right, Jeff, we are so excited to learn from you. We know we are going to gain so much wisdom from you. And maybe the first thing that we would all like to know is, what is your startup journey? Every entrepreneur has a really interesting startup journey. You were employed before, all the way to becoming an entrepreneur. What did that look like? Why did you make the change?
This episode is partnered up with Armory.ph. That is ARMOURY.ph. Armory is an online watch store and is the exclusive distributor of the brands TW Steel, Dion Milano, Fonderia, Luminox, and Mondane in the Philippines. Yes, folks, those are Italian watch brands. If you are looking to buy your next go-to luxurious everyday watch,
go to armory.ph and enter the coupon code LS30. That's all caps LS30, no space. Armory.ph delivers straight to your doorstep with a security tape to make sure that your package is safe from theft, arrives on time, and is guaranteed working 100%. Go to armory.ph and buy your first luxury watch today.
Well, in a lot of ways, mine kind of went through lots of fits and starts and restarts and things like that. But I think that's probably typical of many entrepreneurs as well. But no, I grew up in technology. I was programming as a kid, kind of a thing, tearing apart computers in such as a state as they were at that point. We were still flipping floppy disks and stuff like that. But went through, and my family kind of environment was always go get the big corporate job, stay there for your career. It's nice and safe, everything. Go retire at that point. So that was really the path I took straight out of college, was to go join with HP. Actually, at that point, working their supercomputing division here, and spent, like I said, I think it was probably 5-6 years, something there out of college. And while it was a nice, solid, stable job kind of a thing, it never really, I never felt much that I was contributing anything, or I was a part of anything. It was just this big corporate machine kind of a thing, and you're just another cog, another wheel there, which, if that's the mentality, that's fine. It never really felt satisfying to me, kind of a thing, that I felt like I was spending too many days there of waiting for my office mate or whatever to leave so I could leave right after and keep the image up, kind of a thing. Just, okay, how quick can I get out of here, almost, on some days. And just, it really got to the point where, after a couple different reorgs of the division I was in, it was actually when the Compaq merger hit, it was like, okay, they're turning everything over again. I'm going to go find a new cube, a new manager, whatever. It's time to get out of here and just go do something different. At that time, obviously a major jump, because that's all I had known. And I was fairly new married at that point. We had one kid that was 1 year old and another one on the way. And it's like, okay, let's bail out of the corporate job and the corporate medical plan and everything with a brand new family here. But looking back at it, everything went well, and it was a good decision at that point. It was just obviously a little risky at that point, looking at it. But yeah, it just was one of those that I just didn't feel like I was contributing. There wasn't really any vision or anything to the organization. It's like, okay, I want to go somewhere where I can actually contribute, where I can actually go make a difference. Like I said, immediately went into my own company at that point. Technically, it's the exact same company I have today. The corporation, from an entity standpoint, it's changed directions a few times over time, but really went into basically continuing my technology journey, or technology training, to be more of what today is known as a fractional CTO. So working with actually take that back, it was with all different kinds of companies. I spent time with Hasbro Toys and with Lord & Taylor, which was fun, kind of a thing, doing e-commerce work with them, but I also did plenty of small startups and small companies. So it was really getting a flavor of all different sides, but just doing it more from that consulting kind of standpoint of what kind of tools, what kind of software, what kind of custom software, what can we bring to the table from a technology standpoint to really address, in those days, still emerging technologies to a large degree for a lot of those companies. It was custom development, custom software was not something they did a lot of at that point. Really kind of jumping off into that, and then swimming at that point from an entrepreneurial standpoint from there on out.
One thing we have in common is the first company we ever entered is HP, and also the last company that we ever entered is HP. Although yours is 5 years, I stayed there for 5 short months, and then I had to focus on SEO Hacker. It was growing, it was making money, and if I didn't give it my full-time attention, it's just gonna either stay there or shrink. That's it. It's not gonna grow. So I had to make also that risky decision, as well as you did, to jump ship. But during that time, I didn't have a family yet, no wife yet, so it was a lot less riskier for me. Some entrepreneurs, that's what they're thinking. Sean, I have a wife and kids. Should I do this? Should I jump ship? Guys, look at Jeff, and he has made, I do believe, his best decision during that time. It was risky, but there's also that risk. Even if you stay there, you are risking your future. You are risking the rest of your life. You are also risking the stability and security of your future family.
Yeah, it's not a guarantee for sure. Many of us have figured that out, but yeah, it's if nothing else, you're always going to sit there and kind of wonder what if nothing else. So yeah.
Jeff, I want to know about EOS, and I read on your website that it's the Entrepreneur Operating System. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Well, let me actually fill in a little bit more of my story, and that'll actually lead right into that, because obviously during this time that I was doing all the fractional CTO work, I actually got with my brother-in-law at one point, started up a managed services provider. So we were heavy on technology. We knew everything about networks, cloud services, all that kind of stuff that we could bring to a client base. But from a business startup standpoint, and this is, like I said, where we'll get to with EOS, and what I see with working with a lot of entrepreneurs now is we had our very singular focus. We knew technology. We didn't necessarily know sales, marketing, finance, et cetera, all the other pieces. So that while we were able to get the business off the ground initially, once we tried growing it out and scaling it, there was no foundation on the business. And basically everything very shortly, a couple of years, fell apart at that point, that we just didn't know how to go run a business at that point, more than just the two of us. And apparently I'm a slow learner, because I actually went and tried the same thing a few years later as a software as a service startup with a couple other friends, but basically still pulled the same thing. It's like, okay, we knew how to go build software. We knew how to go do everything from a tech standpoint. Didn't really have much clue about, okay, what's a target market? How are we going to go market to them, sell to them, all that kind of stuff. So all that said, to answer your question, what EOS is, and really kind of what I set out as a journey, is like, okay, already had 2 failed companies here. Why are these failing? What's going on? What do I need to learn? Because I don't have an MBA background. My background's technology. I've got a comp sci major, things like that. I don't know business. What do we need to do here from an entrepreneurial standpoint to build out and scale a solid business here? So I was going out, talking with different people I knew, trying to go effectively cobble together my own system, my own practices, because I'm a big process person. And honestly, through an Amazon book suggestion of all things, got the book Traction from Gino Wickman. And I've been reading all kinds of business books, again, trying to figure out what to do here. And this book just was completely different to me, that it was really written from that entrepreneurial kind of standpoint. It wasn't academic. It was really just basic tools, basic business processes put together in a structure and a system that I, as an entrepreneur that didn't have that business background, could sit here and identify with. Like I said, it's basic business practices. There's no rocket science. There's no silver bullets, anything fancy in it. It's just, okay, how do you go about building out what we look at is really 6 different key areas of the business. How do we go looking at your vision as a company? How do we structure that vision, get it out of the entrepreneur's head, make sure everybody's actually moving towards that same vision? How do we deal with people? How do we structure an organization so we can hire on and scale? How do we actually, and this goes back to one of your previous episodes, I was listening to it with the accounting, the finance side. How do we actually run the business on numbers rather than just a gut feel or a feeling of, hey, yeah, I like this product idea, or this market sounds like a good idea? It's like, is it really? Do we have the numbers to back it up, and actually running the business on those numbers? And then once you kind of get those 3 looking together, then it's things like, okay, how do we handle issues? Because business, we're going to have issues, whether it's a global pandemic right now, or just a key employee leaving, or whatever the case may be. Things are going to happen in the business, and we've got to be able to have a good way to address issues as they come up, and not these kind of stereotypical way of, we're going to discuss the heck out of all these symptoms around it, never get to the root cause, never solve anything. The 5th side is actually looking at processes, so that we've got a documented way we do business, so that way, when you do bring on that new employee, it's already baked right here. You can say, okay, this is how we're going to handle sales. So you come on board from a sales perspective, right, hitting the ground, this is how I know to go do things without having to learn in an event kind of a thing there, a waste of resources. And then really the last component of it is what we refer to as traction. So basically, the way I look at that is the entrepreneurial's vision is the big elephant in the room. That it's like, okay, how are we going to tackle this elephant? And most people almost freeze up at that point saying, okay, I don't know how to attack this big picture, this big vision here. Traction is bringing that down to the bite-sized chunks to say, okay, what are we doing here for this quarter, for this next 90 days, so that we're all making steps towards that big vision, but we're only looking at these small pieces and making sure everybody's focused, accountability, discipline, et cetera, on the specific pieces that we're supposed to be working on this quarter, not anything and everything else they dream of or get off track. So it's just really tying those 6 kind of concepts together from a business standpoint, just to give you and your leadership team from an entrepreneurial standpoint the tools to where you can go build that. Really, it's building the foundation under the business that you've already got at that point.
A lot of companies do struggle with that. I mean, just from the first thing that you mentioned, vision, there are so many companies that either get the vision wrong or have a vision statement on the wall, and that's all it is. It's a statement on the wall
They don't discuss it. It is not even an elephant in the room. It is non-existent. I'm sure that you're going to enlighten us about all of these things and how you help companies craft their vision statement, but I don't want to get ahead of myself. Those are questions that I'm going to be asking later. What I do want to know, though, is what are some of the biggest problems that entrepreneurs face after the startup stage? And I know that you've helped a lot of companies that already have a solution in mind. Like mentioned earlier for me in the pre-show before we started recording, some companies ask you for a CRM, a sales CRM, but you go ahead and tell them that you don't even have a good sales process. These companies, I assume, are on the scale-up stage because they're already asking for a CRM, and it's a sizable investment. What are some of the biggest problems that they face during that stage?
A lot of what they're dealing with is because, yes, and answered your question first, that they are typically looking at the growth stage of the company. That we're even from a personal standpoint, I don't see. If you've got an early stage startup at that point, your focus needs to be on proving your product, proving your market, making sure that you actually have a viable product out there. You don't need to be spending a whole bunch of money on foundation, on systems, on tools, things like that. I'm a big process person, so that was always one of the things that kind of bit me, is that I wanted I wanted the huge machine built out that's going to handle 100 customers when we haven't even gotten customer one in the door yet, kind of a thing. So you really got to focus on getting that customer one in the door. But once you start hitting that growth phase and saying, hey, okay, this is simply more than I can handle with my 2 or 3 people around me. We've got to go grow this and scale this. That's where, and really on up, as long as you've still got that entrepreneurial kind of mindset of saying, hey, I want more. I want to grow this company. There's more possibilities here than what we're currently capable of. That's where EOS really sits as its sweet spot. So from a struggle standpoint, a lot of times it really kind of varies based upon what that entrepreneur wants out of business. So I'll have people ask me all the time, it's like, well, what's your profitability measurements that you get out of EOS? And it really doesn't necessarily go that way, because one entrepreneur may want more profitability. And they may say, hey, we used to be at 30, 40% margins. We've added on new staff. We should have scaled up, and now we're only at 10% margins. What happened, kind of a thing there? And that's a lot of times that, okay, we don't have the system, we don't have the training, et cetera. We don't have the efficiencies anymore that we used to have. At the same time, they may be looking at, it may simply be that, hey, I'm the visionary type entrepreneur. I'm tired of fighting fires. I'm tired of dealing with issues in the business. I want to go play golf on Fridays and go back and have those conversations, those big conversations with my friends or the people out on the golf course. I just want that time back, that enjoyment back, because I'm spending too much time right now doing stuff I don't like, basically. And it kind of takes the fun out of the business. And that's really what I've seen a lot of times, because you have the early stage kind of failures where obviously the product didn't launch, but then you've also got a whole nother stage, usually about 5 to 7 years, where you start seeing those businesses fall out as well. And a lot of times that's really the entrepreneur, the visionary type says, okay, I was having fun down here when we were at 4, 5, 10, whatever people, early stage kind of a thing. Now that this has turned into a 20, 30 person company, this is business. This is work. I want to go back to playing in my area here, whether it's technology or medical, or take your pick, whatever your little focus is, that this is your enjoyment play area. And now you're having to handle staffing, you're having to handle finances, you're having to handle marketing and sales. And you don't know necessarily, how do I get back to having fun? How do I structure this business? So it's just really a sense of frustration, almost more than anything, is okay, I don't know what to do. It's stuck here on the business that in many ways, like I said, it used to be fun. We used to be lightweight. We used to be agile. We could adjust real quick. Now it takes 6 months for anything reasonable to happen. And even then it's questionable, kind of a thing there. It's just everything's stuck in the mud. Nothing's moving forward anyway. So it's a lot of times it's just pure frustration with the business is where they are.
In terms of making money, generating revenue, I'm a businessman. I'm not an investor like Marvin Guillermo, but I do have investments, financial investments, because it is tough to just put your money in the bank and watch inflation eat it up. So I do have financial investments. It's just that I invest in my network more.
And it's not necessarily a case that they'll always 100% agree, but what they need to do coming out of that meeting is say, okay, this is the company vision. It's not necessarily my vision versus your vision. This is the company vision. We're all working towards this one thing. Everybody get on board. And that's the biggest challenge, is trying to get some of those more minor details lined out. But the idea is just to keep it simple.
Hey guys, welcome back to the Leadership Stack Podcast, the podcast for entrepreneurs by entrepreneurs to increase your leadership, teamwork, and profits. This is your host, Sean C., aka Mr. CEO at 22.
And it's just that complexity that builds in that, like I said, many times we don't even see. And it's being able to really root that complexity out, really figure out, okay, what can we do to minimize that complexity ongoing? Any decision we make, anything we look at, it's like, okay, what is this going to add to the business?
Now that you mentioned that you have to engage them, show them the numbers, be transparent, I'm sure the vision is very involved in that entire ordeal. And now I'm going to actually tackle that question, because it's time, I think, to tackle that question. How do you craft or help to craft the vision for a team? Because you mentioned that's part of the EOS process. That's part of the system. And I think that's the starting point. It is so difficult, in my opinion, to just go into a business, study their entire thing, and then craft the vision statement with them. And I'm sure you have a lot of iterations for the vision statement, because the visionary founder would say, oh, this is the vision. Oh, that's the vision. Oh, we have another vision here. We all want to do this, all of these big things. We all want to tackle all of these elephants in the room. How does the process look like? What would you say that having to guide them as a business mentor or a coach in crafting the vision, is it necessary to have a coach or a mentor for a business person to be able to craft an effective vision? So that there's two questions there.
This episode is partnered up with Armory.ph. That is ARMOURY.ph. Armory is an online watch store and is the exclusive distributor of the brands TW Steel, Dion Milano, Fonderia, Luminox, and Mondane in the Philippines. Yes, folks, those are Italian watch brands. If you are looking to buy your next go-to luxurious everyday watch, go to armory.ph and enter the coupon code LS30. That's all caps LS30, no space. Armory.ph delivers straight to your doorstep with a security tape to make sure that your package is safe from theft, arrives on time, and is guaranteed working 100%. Go to armory.ph and buy your first luxury watch today.
Well, one, I would definitely say the vision itself is very necessary, but at the same time, what would it be if I could tell you that your vision should fit on 2 pieces of paper and it should only answer 8 questions? So it's actually very simple, because a lot of times, again, that kind of goes back to what we were talking about the process before. It doesn't need to be a 6-page strategic plan that you spend months and months and months building, and it goes in a desk drawer and nobody sees it and it collects dust until next year when we bring it out and dust it off again and say, oh, we were supposed to be doing this for the last year, kind of a thing. Again, looking at simplicity. We don't want those complex enterprise level, corporate level kind of systems. We're a small entrepreneur system. We want to be agile. We want to have that smaller team to be able to adjust and be flexible. But at the same time, we need the functionality of those big systems. So when I'm looking at a vision for somebody, we've actually got a tool that's called the Vision Traction Organizer. That's basically building the vision component with traction, putting it all together. Like I said, a simple 2-page document is all it is there. The idea is that we'll sit down, or I'll sit down with the leadership team, typically over a couple of days, knock this out, craft this out, kind of a thing there. And then on an annual basis, we'll come back and review it. But it's really a matter of saying, at least quarterly, you take these 2 pages and basically say, okay, this is who we are. This is what we're doing in front of the entire team. They've got access to it. I even coach teams to say, okay, when you're hiring on a new employee, bring this vision statement with you right there. Actually have that as part of the interview process to say, okay, again, this is who we are. This is where we're trying to go. All that kind of things, that so that, again, they know what they're buying into. But it's, like I said, it's 8 simple questions is all it is. So it's, first one is, what is your core values? So we've kind of already talked about that before, of saying, okay, values of integrity, continuous improvement, simplicity, things like that. There's what makes up who you are, kind of a thing from a core values standpoint. Second question is, what is your core focus? So again, I look at it is if you look at, for example, the sun, the amount of energy that that's producing, yet typically in the worst case, we go lay outside for too long, we get a sunburn kind of a thing. It's not major impact versus if you look at a laser that's got fraction kind of a thing, only a few kilowatts there of energy, because it's so tightly focused, you can sit there and cut through steel, cut through diamonds. And that's what we want to be from our business standpoint. We don't have the resources to be the sun with that much energy. We've got to focus on a limited amount of resources to say, okay, exactly what is our purpose, our cause, our passion? What are we trying to do from a business standpoint? And exactly what's the niche? What's the singular kind of focus that we're going after? And like we were talking earlier, anytime we're evaluating something new, a new product line, a new market, we need to go back and look, okay, does that fit our purpose? Does that fit our niche? Do we want to maybe venture out, widen that or whatever? But still, most likely, if it's not fitting that niche, that core purpose, who we are, then it's not a good fit for us right now. So again, keeping that laser focus of our core focus right there as the business. Then we look at saying, okay, what's your 10-year target? And 10 is really kind of number, but it's still, it's the big goal out there to say, okay, this is what we're trying to reach 10, 15, whatever the year is. It's still out there on the horizon. It's still kind of fuzzy. It's very high level. It's not a detailed plan or anything. It's literally saying, hey, we want to have X new offices. We want to be a nationwide company. It's something way on out there. It's something very, very just something that everybody can get excited about. It's something, a big picture out there that says, hey, this is where we're going. Everybody's on the same path here to reach here, but it's not real detailed again. It's just a quick little target, a quick little picture out there. Then the fourth question on it is saying, okay, define your target market again. So this is where we tie in sales and marketing, things like that, to say, okay, who are we going after? What are 3 unique standpoints? What differentiates us from our competitors? 3 key points that marketing can put into all their messages. Sales can use the exact same text, the exact same message when they're going out. Even for that matter, for me sitting in operations or sitting in support, when I'm sitting on a soccer field with my kids' soccer or whatever, kids' game, and the neighbor asks me, hey, what do you do? Or what makes your company different? I've got that language, I've got that verbiage that I can sit there and position the company the same way as our sales and our marketing, everybody's doing. So again, it's bringing everybody into that tight focus there. And it's looking at to say, okay, our 3 uniques there, what is a proven process to say, okay, what's our process for delivering our service or our product there that we know if we follow A, B, C, and D from a process standpoint, we're going to be successful in delivering that process. So from my standpoint, from a coaching standpoint, I've got a very clear lined out process, fits on one page. I can sit here and show you one sheet of paper that says, okay, this is, if you come work with me, this is what we're going to do. And this is exactly what you're going to get out of it. And then taking that one step further to say, okay, what's your guarantee? Whether it's a technology service level guarantee, whether it's simply a guarantee that, okay, we're going to be the best out there, you're going to get value, whatever, but it's just something else to sit there and lower that barrier of entry for new customers. So we've got, from a vision standpoint, like I said, what's the core focus? What's the core values? What's the 10-year target and the target market? So that really starts building out your vision there. And then the second page of it, the flip side here, is where we say traction. Okay, great, we've got a 10-year plan. We got to start bringing that back down, making bite-sized chunks out of that elephant here to make it more actionable. So we'll actually draw up a 3-year picture, and it's really defined as a picture just to say, hey, yes, our 10-year target's way out here. Okay, where do we need to be? Draw a picture that everybody can see in their mind as to what we need to look like in 3 years to be on our way to that journey. And that's really where we start pulling in some of the numbers to say, okay, what are our revenues, actual real numbers need to look like? What are our profits need to look like? What are key measurables in terms of number of clients, number of sales, number of products, markets, whatever the case may be, but still actionable numbers here that really can start making that vision, making that long-term picture be a little bit more concrete. And then we really start, again, keep breaking that down to say, okay, that was 3-year picture. Now let's actually get a concrete 1-year plan. So 1 year is about all we can really plan on or really predict with any kind of accuracy. So bringing in, again, those same kind of numbers, the revenue, the profits, things like that. and then really setting specific concrete goals that says, okay, we need to have this new product developed, or we need to have this new process lined out, whatever specific goals that would say, okay, if we don't do anything else this year, if we accomplish these 10 goals, these 5 goals, this is going to be a successful year. So having those specific goals laid out, really from the idea, again, like I was saying with traction, we've got to get everybody working on the same page, that we know, again, this is my goal, this is my objective for this year. And then we're going to actually bring it back one more time and to say, okay, what's our 90-day plan? Because really 90 days is what we want to look at. I look at it as if you were cutting a roadway through the forest or something, you don't just sit here at the ground level, sitting here cutting trees forever. At some point, you've got to kind of climb back up and say, hey, are we still on the right path? Are we still looking the right way? It's a little bit easier these days with GPS, but still, you got to kind of pop up every 90 days basically and say, okay, are we still on the right trajectory, on the right path here? But it's really bringing back in what we refer to as rocks, but still goals at that point to say, hey, what are my goals for this 90 days that are then going to roll into my goals for the year, bigger picture? We're just trying to bring that back down. And really 90 days is the key kind of interval for us that we're looking to say, okay, build that cycle, build that muscle memory, that habit over 90 days to say, okay, these are my goals. If nothing else happens this quarter, if I get these things done, it's a successful quarter. 90 days from now, we're going to sit there, okay, reevaluate. Did anything need to roll forward? What happened? Kind of a thing there. Do we need to make adjustments? Plan out the next 90 days. What are the goals for the next 90 days? And just sit there and iterate, repeat. And then the last one is really a long-term issues list kind of thing, just a running almost bucket list to say, hey, what issues are we facing? What issues do we need to deal with? And just have those, again, the idea is that, okay, they're on a list, they're on a piece of paper, they're on a